This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Authorities reported Wednesday that Chance Engelbert's death was likely an accident by falling off a Scottsbluff National Monument cliff. Cowboy State
communities is just how it underscores that there is an entire network of people that are out there trying to help others get back on their feet. And I talked to a couple really amazing folk who have had just monumental turnarounds after serious hardships.
Cheryl Hackett is the director of development for the mission and says that what people don't realize is that the mission does all of this without government funding. They rely on volunteers and donations. 10-month-old Basil Daly was last seen in Washakie County on November 16th. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the baby is thought to be with his non-custodial mother, Madeline Daly, who took him against court orders. Desperate to find the child, his father is asking for the public's help.
A felony warrant for interference is being processed right now for her arrest. They have no idea where she is. She has ties to Hill City, South Dakota. She has ties in Nebraska, on the West Coast, in the Denver area. She could be anywhere, any of these places. Moreover, she is known to love to camp and to go off-grid. So there's a good chance she might be in national forest land, state parks, or BLM land, off-grid.
I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org and help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Hopeful skiers in Jackson Hole are in a holding pattern with warm, dry weather, delaying opening day for all three of its major resorts. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that forecasters say a much colder pattern is on the way to help rescue the season soon.
This year, they all three are delaying the opening date because they just don't have enough snow right now, and it's been too warm for them to make snow. So a lot of them do have snow guns, and they're continually making snow, but you can only do that when the weather is conducive. You know, if it's too warm, what are you doing? You're just kind of creating rain.
Cowboy State Daily's meteorologist Don Day says Mother Nature's help is on the way with the weather turning colder and hopefully snowier this weekend. An extremely rare first edition of Asa Mercer's 1894 Banditti of the Plains, Wyoming's most banned book because it exposed powerful backers of the Johnson County War, has resurfaced. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that the rare book has been donated to the Johnson County Library and Hoofprints Museum.
This story is the true story from the first-person accounts of what happened during the Johnson County Wars, and the Wyoming Stock Growers Association hated it and started destroying the book every way possible, all the way up into the 1950s. Even though there was 1,000 of these books printed in 1894, and 2 of these just found their way home to Johnson County, to the donation of one lady who donated these 2 very valuable historical records back to their original home.
Because so few first editions survived, it's become one of the rarest and most valuable historical books. 2 are listed for sale with different online booksellers as of this week, with one asking $5,500 and the other $7,500. CHAPS, located in Sheridan, is Wyoming's only dual-accredited equine therapy center. Cowboy State Daily's Amber Steinmetz reports that its horses help military veterans, kids, and others find healing.
They just got dual certification for their equine assisted therapy facility. And they're the only program in the state that is dual certified. There's certain programs that have one through PATH International, and then there's others through this CHA. And they decided that they wanted both to show that they have strict safety standards and that they're doing their best and that their programs are the best for the people who come there.
CHAPS was established in 2003 as an adaptive riding program in Sheridan to serve children and adults with special needs. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Well, good morning to you. It's a finally Friday, Black Friday, Brown Friday, back to work Friday, kind of, for some of us. We'll talk about all the different kind of Fridays this might be to you. Later today, we'll check out a missing 10-month-old baby believed to be gone with non-custodial mom. Dad wants the kid back. That story from Jen Coker, another missing person as we speak. We will talk about Brown Friday, the Friday after many of us overindulge around the dinner table, creating clogged toilets today. I know. It's not so much the aftermath of eating that creates Brown Friday. It's the dumping of all the grease and turkey stuff down the drain. This is the plumber's nightmare today, supposedly. Zach Sontag has a great story, holiday story, about the Wyoming Rescue Mission in Casper, helping folks get back on their feet. And they celebrated Thanksgiving yesterday with a lot of giving of thanks. You better know it. Ski season delayed just about everywhere, and that includes our friends down south. On occasion, Jackson Hole, 3 area ski resorts that are a huge draw. On occasion, there's a late start to the season in Jackson while everybody, the snow chasers, the powder chasers, choose to go to where it's snowing. Perhaps down in the Uintas, perhaps in Salt Lake area, or Colorado, Vail, Aspen. But you know what? All of us are in the same boat. Nobody's gotten that early season snow to get the slopes open to get skiing going. So if you're checking the weather and looking at flights out west, if you're living back east or down south and you're like, when's the ski season? I got my brand new skis, and you're still in a holding pattern. We're not skiing yet. Although the weather may change. Don Day's got some cooked up weather for us. He's cooked up some real weather for us, and we'll look at that right now. Here's the weather forecast across Wyoming. Getting colder, certainly. And some of this rain start turning to snow. It could start piling up. Chance of rain, snow after 5 in Casper. So right now, you're doing okay. You got a high near 50 when you get there. But then things take a sudden turn tonight in Casper. Up to 3 inches of snow overnight to be waiting for you Saturday morning. Riverton, chance of fog in the morning, maybe some rain or snow in the late afternoon. And again, you'll see the snow as well tonight, Riverton. Mostly sunny in Evanston, mid-40s. Mostly sunny, breezy. Green River, highs around 50. Pinedale, sunny, breezy, highs 41. Chance of snow mainly after 2 in Alpine with highs 43. Du Bois, chance of snow in late afternoon. Otherwise, highs near 40. Jackson, you could see snow falling after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, breezy, highs 43. Thermopolis, snow, late day. Otherwise, partly sunny, highs near 46. Cody, snow could start showing up about 3 in the afternoon with increasing clouds, breezy. Buffalo, chance of snow mainly after 5 in the afternoon. Clouds on the increase, highs 38 in Buffalo. Winter weather advisory tonight through early morning Saturday. Chance of snow in Sheridan is what we're saying. Winter weather advisory, Sheridan area. Highs 35 today. Snow near certain sometime this afternoon throughout the night and into tomorrow morning. So heads up, Sheridan north to the border of Montana. Going to see some weather late afternoon, early evening starting then. Gillette, chance of rain or snow after 3. Clouds on the increase, 42 the high. Newcastle, you'll top out about 45 today. You'll see snow late day beginning about 5-ish. Definitely snowing by 8 o'clock tonight with a couple inches on the way. Torrington, chance of rain beginning about 5, otherwise mostly sunny, 56. Douglas, sunny, 53 with a chance of rain late afternoon. Cheyenne, 5 o'clock. That seems to be the magic time. 5 in the afternoon, it all goes to pot. Cheyenne, chance of rain about 5-ish. Mostly sunny up till then. Highs in the mid-50s in Cheyenne. Almost 50 in Laramie. Mostly sunny today. Mostly sunny, breezy in Rawlins, highs 47. So you see the pattern. The further north you go, and especially you folks in central North Wyoming and northeastern Wyoming, are going to see weather to the tune of snow, to the tune of it could start causing driving problems. So if you're looking at getting back home today from wherever you were yesterday, or if you're looking to make travel plans for the weekend, factor that in mind. You probably don't want to be driving in, let's say, the Sheridan area late afternoon, early evening. Get your driving done by the end of the day. Like, get to it. There's certainly snow on the way up there. Winter weather advisories. Not sure about how much snow we're looking at. I think the models are backing off how much snow we were originally thinking about. We'll get with Don Day later today, and he can let us know exactly. But I think, we thought it might be a bigger blast than it is. And it might just be a couple inches. And most of that seems to be contained east of the divide, the big continental divide that divides the state of Wyoming. And typically west of the divide is where we keep our snow and do our ski season. But as Don and I have discussed, east of the divide gets the early season weather, as evidenced today and tonight. But wherever you are, it's going to be colder, certainly. Today's 40s and 50s are going to be more like 20s and 30s as we get into Saturday and Sunday. Definitely turning colder across the state. Another cold front moving down into the state of Wyoming, bringing some snow, not a ton. And I still think they're going to be waiting at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, at Targhee, Snow King, and really across the regions. Ski resorts still trying to catch up and get there. They haven't even been able to make snow. Most mountains, Targhee makes some snow. Targhee usually benefits, and they boast at Grand Targhee that their snow is God-given. They mostly get some good powder. They don't usually manufacture a ton of snow. They're, and as opposed to some other resorts, Snow King has really stepped up their snowmaking because Mother Nature's not quite compliant to drop a lot of snow on Snow King, certainly early season, but this year it's been too warm to make or keep snow on the hill. Same with Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. They do their share of snowmaking, trying to get down a base so that when that 4 to 8 inches comes, we're ready to start spinning the lifts. But they can't get a base down. 26 inches of snow sounds like a lot. That's what they got through November at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. 26 inches. That's not much. That's not enough. And most of that measured up top. Snowmaking efforts down lower at the base have been hampered by warm temps. Just simply hasn't been cold enough to hold snow. It just melts when you make it. So behind schedule, yes, but Renee Jean talks about it in her story, Cowboy State Daily. Her story titled "No Snow, Jackson Hole Delays Ski Season as Holidays Kickoff." Not unprecedented. It would be considered now a slow start. Whenever you cannot open by Thanksgiving, it's considered a sluggish start. But boy, anymore with whatever you want to call it, global warming, you're not allowed to say that anymore. Climate change, that's sort of the new PC way to say global. Whatever it is, the planet is warmer. Sorry, our part of it. Now, other parts are not. I'm not saying what has caused it or who has caused it, but we're warmer than we used to be, even in, your lifetime. If you're a 4 or 5 decade old person, you can remember colder winters, snowier winters. And things are milder now. I know there'll be a stretch that'll defy the stats, but for the most part, thinking you're going to have enough snow to be skiing by Thanksgiving anywhere in Wyoming is very optimistic. That might have been an old way of believing, but skiing on Thanksgiving Day is the rarity, in my opinion and experience. So to say we're off to a slow start, I think it's like average-ish slow, maybe. Certainly snow coming. We'll be skiing by first week of December. You watch. So far, though, what does that do to travel? Renee Jean talked about that in her story, because certainly with winter coming on, the reasons to travel to Wyoming become winter-oriented. You want to play in the snow. Trips to Yellowstone, you can only do via snow machine. You got to get on a snowmobile. So snowmobiling, snowshoeing, skiing certainly become the reasons you want to visit Wyoming and the West in general. And Jackson Hole's so dependent on having that snow. There's great many people now that don't book their flight to Aspen or don't book their flight to Jackson Hole Mountain Resort a year out. They book flights when they see the weather forecast for the weekend. That's how people travel now. That's how snow chasers travel, powder chasers. They wait. They're not going to spend money on a flight and spend money on lift tickets if you don't have snow. And today's traveler, for the most part, they are snow chasers. And right now, nobody's seeing any reason to fork out money. Sales in December, lodging stats in December for Jackson, 26% down due to no snow yet. But that could change on a dime, as Renee Jean points out in her story. That could change very quickly. All you need is one good storm, and those numbers could improve. Travel down just a bit right now for November. But typically November is still somewhat of an off season in Jackson right up until about Thanksgiving. Once you get to this weekend, the weekend of Thanksgiving, the weekend after, that's when tourism starts to pick up again in Jackson, mostly snow related. And that is what they're saying, 6% off for this weekend, 26% off, I believe, for so far, 26% down early bookings for December, but that can change pretty quickly. The Jackson Hole Chamber of Commerce Director of Visitors Services, Justin Walters, talked to Renee Jean and the Cowboy State Daily, saying Jackson usually about the knee deep in the white fluffy by now. I don't know about that. How long have you lived here, Justin? It is the rarity to be knee deep in snow by Thanksgiving weekend. It is not the norm, in my opinion, not in the last 20 years. Maybe prior, maybe 2000, the 1990s, 80s, maybe it was like that, but Thanksgiving Day to be knee deep in snow, that would be more of the optimistic glass half full of powder. Yeah, I don't know if that be the norm really anymore. All right, we got to take our first break of the day. Big thanks to Jeff Rickett, who stepped in yesterday. We're getting a look at the rookie, who is, well, rookie to Cowboy State Daily, but Jeff's a longtime radio guy. I thought he did a great job yesterday handling the Thanksgiving Day show for the Cowboy State Daily. It was fun to watch somebody else at the controls struggling with the buttons like I do, but he actually didn't have much technical difficulty, did he? He was pretty good. Our first break on the Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday, Black Friday, Brown Friday.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Boom.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back here on a Black Friday. Special guest. Early. We're going to start right off with a special guest. This is Brian Townsend. They say you're not somebody until you've made it to the cover of the Rolling Stone. Well, Townsend's well on his way. He was just featured in the Rolling Stone. We'll tell you why. Brian Townsend, retired DEA special agent, now leads a nonprofit dedicated to spreading awareness and stamping out illegal opioids. We're going to talk about one you probably never heard of, but it makes fentanyl look like aspirin. Bad news for our kids today. Brian, thanks for being on. How's your Friday going? What'd you do yesterday? Turkey?
Just turkey, yeah. Good morning, and thank you for having me on.
You bet. So I read some of the Rolling Stone thing. I read some of the places where you've been quoted, and this the concern over nitazens. Am I saying that right? ISO nitazens, particularly on the street. They just call it ISO. Hey, man, want some ISO? What is this stuff? It's not new, at least invention. It's been around for quite a while. Invented in the 1950s. It's a laboratory opioid that's pretty cheap to make, similar to fentanyl. In fact, fentanyl was invented at the same time in the 1950s. ISO never did see the light of day. Give us some background on what it is, and then we'll get into why it is so evil.
Well, like you said, it's bad news for sure. So it was developed in the 1940s, 1950s by scientists as an opioid, as a pain reliever, and they realized pretty quickly that it's too addictive, too dangerous. The bad outweighs the good, so it never saw the light of day. It never saw the market. Unfortunately, though, traffickers, they like to put cheap, powerful, and addictive drugs into our illicit drug supply. And probably in the late 2010s, 2018, 2019, right, just pre-COVID, and then into current day, present day, we're seeing more and more nitazenes in our illicit drug supply. And like you said, again, bad news.
These nitazenes are 5 to 9 times stronger than fentanyl, which is, of course, like 50 times stronger than heroin, which is all of it, right up there. And I don't even know what you would call conventional opioids. There's morphine, like and why? Give us an idea, Brian, especially during your time with the DEA, of why drug traffickers. What is their intention other than to make money? I mean, they are profit driven, and that's why you're seeing this stuff. But why? In the old days, it was heroin. We had to worry about heroin, the needle. Now we hear all about this fentanyl and presumably now ISO. What are drug traffickers doing? Why do they sometimes? And is it only fentanyl, or they're putting that in other stuff to help enhance the high? Like, what is going on with illicit opioids? Give us a list of what's bad, why is it bad, and why are drug dealers maybe shifting to what they're using?
So, the bottom line is, and like you said, is they're putting more money into their pockets. So they need a cheap product that they can cut into other drugs. And this is obviously a cheap product. So is fentanyl. It's a cheap way to, prolong or to extend the amount of drugs that they can sell. They're powerful. So, a lot of folks will tell you, folks that are struggling from substance use disorder or addiction, that it's a more intense high. So that brings them back, and that makes it addictive. The more they come back, the more money that the drug traffickers are making. So, the bottom line is they're cheap, they're powerful, and they're addictive. And we see it not only in the opioid, the fake pills, but now we're seeing it in other illicit drugs, cocaine, methamphetamine. It's following the same trajectory as that fentanyl was. It came through the drug supply via heroin, and then it just took off from there. And if you find heroin in the United States, congratulations, it's pretty rare. But if you find it, it's more than likely going to have fentanyl, now the nitazenes, things like that. And the same things happen with cocaine and methamphetamine. We're seeing a growing amount of other types of dangerous cuts and synthetics in our cocaine and methamphetamine supply. And obviously the pills, that's a grave concern as well, especially with the younger people who are using the pills more than any other age group. You don't get what you think you're getting. You think you're buying an Oxy or an Adderall or a Xanax pill. You don't. You get fentanyl. You get the ISOs, you get other, just garbage, other poison.
Yeah, we're talking to retired DEA Special Agent Brian Townsend. We'll talk about in a minute the nonprofit, only 2 mgs, only 2 milligram. That's an idea of like how little it takes to tip you over the edge. Tell me about tell me about the recreational drug user. I think too many people think, oh, this is going to be a problem for those in the back alley in San Francisco. If they want to do drugs, they're going to overdose. It could be a suburban kid, recreational user who, tries cocaine for the first time, and the cocaine has some amount of fentanyl or ISO in it, enough to kill them. It could happen real easy.
Yeah, absolutely. The reality of it is our drug supplies change. It's much different than when you and I were younger. After 30 years in law enforcement, I've never seen a illicit drug supply that's this dangerous. First time drug use, experimental drug use, like I said, recreational drug use, casual drug use. I can give you, story after story. I was talking to a family member not too long ago who lost her niece. Her and her 2 girlfriends bought an Adderall pill. What they thought was an Adderall pill is obviously counterfeit. Split it into 3 pieces. We're talking a little tiny pill split into 3 pieces, and unfortunately, her niece never woke up. So, first-time drug use, like you said, casual, experimental, recreational. I mean, we've never had a drug supply like this. It's absolutely dangerous, and every time that you make the decision to consume a drug, you're risking your life.
When the crackdown, there was a real crackdown on opioids. I remember as a back pain sufferer constantly, I could pretty easily get something, beyond the shelf, beyond the counter from my doctor. Doctors under so much pressure now not to just write opioid scripts. So that is really become difficult to get stuff like Adderall or whatever, something with codeine, codeine in your Tylenol, like even simple things that give you a mild feeling of pleasure. That stuff has been hard to get other than raiding it out of your friend's parents' medicine cabinet. Maybe you turn to the street and you try it for the first time and you say, wow, I had no idea Adderall was this good because it's got some fentanyl and ISO in it. Or maybe you've had it before, but you go to this one guy who's a friend of a friend and he has laced it with something and you think, this guy's got the best Adderall I've ever had. That's why they do it, huh? Because it's extra special when it's got ISO or fentanyl in it.
Yeah, it's just incredibly strong. The pendulum has certainly shifted in how we manage pain from a medical standpoint. Prior to 1996, if you needed an opioid prescription, I mean, you pretty much had to have a bone sticking out before a doctor. Obviously, people would still game the system, but and then after 1996, we were led to believe that this was safe, and we flooded the market with it. And now, like you said, now it's the pendulum's shifting a little bit more, and unfortunately, more and more people are going to the street, and this is dangerous. I mean, now we're talking, street drugs that have fentanyl, the nitazenes, other powerful synthetics in them that can kill them from first-time use, and and the more they use these drugs, the more likely they're going to grow an addiction, a substance use disorder. I mean, heroin users. I mean, most people don't know that over 80% of heroin users actually started from prescription opioid, medication, prescriptions from doctors, and it just grew into a heroin addiction, unfortunately.
Yeah, the old gateway thing. We're talking Brian Townsend. Townsend's been ringing the alarm bell on nitazenes, especially ISO. This is similar to fentanyl in it's a synthetically created opioid as an alternative to morphine, which is pretty hard. It's cheap. It is widely available on the street, and it could be laced with stuff you take, anything you take. What is the thinking of drug traffickers? If this stuff is so potent and just a little bit, as you point out, that's the name of your nonprofit, 2 mgs, 2 milligrams, doesn't take much to kill you. What are drug traffickers thinking? I'm killing my client base.
Yeah, and that's the perception, and that happens obviously. I mean, we're seeing record highs. I mean, 80 to 100,000 people are now dying every year from drugs in this country. But they're actually making more money. Their profit margins are through the roof right now. So yeah, we're seeing more people die, unfortunately. But from the drug trafficker perspective, they're making more money. And I know it doesn't make any sense, but that's the reality. And this is, the bottom line is how much money can they put in their pockets?
Yeah, whoever doesn't die is a real loyal customer. And
Absolutely.
yeah, they're probably making bank. For them, it's all about money. They don't care about you. Here, another interesting first off, let's talk about how you ingest it. How are you going to encounter ISO primarily? Do you eat it? Do you swallow it? Do you inject it? What is the main way you're going to get it into your body?
Well, we're the primary. We're seeing the most of it in the pills. So obviously, just consume it or just swallow. You put the pill in your mouth and swallow it. Most of the ISO and others nitazenes that are coming into the United States, primarily in powder form. I mean, we see pills as well, and then they're added to the pills. The drug traffickers or the powder itself. And the other way you could do it is we call foil smoking, where they'll take aluminum foil, they'll put the drug on the aluminum foil, they'll burn the bottom, and then they'll inhale the smoke. Usually with a straw or something like that. But primary way of consuming these poisons is just the mouth, just swallow.
And maybe the reason we're not hearing of it yet, I mean, this is still, relatively new in sweeping the nation. It's been around since fentanyl in the 1950s. Is what about screening for it, Brian? Fentanyl we hear about, that's in the news. We don't hear so much of these isonitazene, maybe because when you come to the ER at the hospital and you're suffering from obviously an overdose of something, there are screenings to find the fentanyl, maybe not necessarily so for ISO.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. The screening process we haven't had a need to screen for nitazenes, and so a lot of equipment, a lot of laboratories across the United States just don't. And even though it's been in the drug supply now for like I said, probably at least a solid 15 years, we don't really know the level. We're testing for it more and more now, so we're seeing it more and more now. But like I said, it has been around for at least 10, 15 years. That we know of in the drug supply. But yeah, the screening is the problem. We just, the technology and the screening process just hasn't caught up to it.
Well, when you were a DEA agent, maybe that experience, you can give us an idea of how this stuff got from, a laboratory invention in the 1950s, trying to find a pain reliever, extra strength pain reliever on the level of morphine that's cheaper to create in a laboratory. You come up with one, only it's kind of too good. It's so addictive, so the potential for overdose so much so that you say, great idea, but we're not going to pursue this. And somehow whatever that chemical is, how does that get out? How does that somebody figure out how to make it? Who are these bad actors? Drug traffickers? Are they just getting lucky, or is this organized? Like they're really good at this? Like this is devious.
Yeah, they're devious. Unfortunately, these transnational criminal organizations, the drug cartels, they're working with chemical suppliers in primarily China and other places around the world as well. India is number 2, but China is by far number 1. They manufacture these drugs or ship them over to, or the chemicals to, places like Mexico for manufacturing, and then they'll smuggle them into the United States for distribution and just poisoning our communities. I mean, like I said, 80 to 100,000 people a year now dying from drugs in this country.
Yeah, well, I mean, kids beware. I say kids, but anybody who could be a potential victim, any cash transaction under the table done not in the light of day with some dude you don't know is not FDA approved. There's a reason there's an FDA. You don't know what's in there. And whether we're talking fentanyl or a nitazene, not knowing what's in the pill, so dangerous. You speak to kids across the country. You go out on tour. You let different schools know. And how's that been going? Are they receiving the message? Are they getting it? And the message is probably beware of anything you might want to go buy on the black market.
Yeah, the message is been received well. I've had a lot of success, a lot of great stories. Kids are craving for accurate information, and knowledge is power, and we have to give them this knowledge. And the reality of it, and the reason we call our nonprofit only 2mg is we're talking only a small amount as well. And I mean, a couple granules of salt or sand is enough to kill you. I mean, that's minuscule. And like I said earlier with the Adderall pill, I mean, they cut that pill in 3 pieces, and one child died because of one tiny piece. And that's the reality of what our drug supply is. I mean, only a little bit is a deadly amount. And so, yeah, I've had a lot of success. Hope to continue that momentum and talk to as many people as we can and warn people of these dangers and save some lives.
Brian Townsend has been with us. Only 2mg. Where do we find that? I had it on the website. Now I lost it. Where do I have to go?
Only2mg.com. So www.only, the number 2, and then mg.com. So happy to connect with you. Happy to come out, speak to not only young people, but community members, law enforcement, teachers, educators, healthcare, whoever will listen to me.
Yeah, it's a tough road, I can imagine, Brian, because when you're dealing with teenagers, it's the age where you're getting experimental combined with you feel bulletproof, and those two things are not great in today's world, because we're not talking about, it's a scary gateway drug and you might be addicted. And the kids are thinking, well, I won't get addicted. I'm not we're talking about no, it could kill you. It does not take much, 2mgs. That's all it takes. You don't get a second chance at this. Brian Townsend is spreading that message with only2mg.com. Brian, thanks for all you're doing. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Have a good Black Friday. Get out there and shop. Be a good American. Go buy something today. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this quick break. We'll be right back.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd?
He got a collapsed lung from vaping.
He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
And we are back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Once again, a big thanks for Jeff for covering yesterday on Turkey Day. Thank you to Brian Townsend, who just joined us, a retired DEA special agent, Drug Enforcement Agency, and he's seen his share of naughty things on the street, like fentanyl, and fentanyl is the new heroin, and now the new fentanyl is nitazenes, isonitazene. The new fentanyl is even more potent than fentanyl and super dangerous. Only 2MG, nonprofit that Brian Townsend now runs. Great to have him on the show. Next hour, we'll get with Don Day, of course, with the Day Weather Forecast. Andrew Rossi's scheduled to join us. And Carla Kaplan, an author who I'm so excited to talk to. Her latest book, Troublemaker, is so good. I've just read like the first 2 chapters. I'm hooked. And I read it on the Kindle, which I don't like. I'd rather have the book in my hand. I'm OG that way. But Troublemaker, the life of Jessica Mitford, although nobody called her Jessica. To the world and to everybody, she was Decca. Learn about her life in this new book from Carla Kaplan. It just dropped 3 days ago, November 25th. It's so good. We'll talk about the author. Also, later today in the show, Kim Titchener joins us, bear expert up there in Canada. She learned... she learned about bears in books, her school learning, and then her first encounter, her first real in-the-field bear experience came from Banff National Park, where they got a few bears there. She now works up in Canada as trying to reduce bear conflicts, and of course, there was that big bear attack on a group of kids in the Cowboy State Daily story, and we're going to further explore that. I mean, beginning with, isn't that rare, Kim, that a bear would attack a group of kids? Like, bears normally attack when you surprise them or they're defending a food source or cubs. Bears are rarely aggressive for no reason, and they hardly ever attack more than one person. They're usually intimidated by numbers. If you number 2, 3, 4 in a party, that's the bear will more likely run than attack something like that. But this grizzly attacked a group of about 20 people that were on a school picnic in remote British Columbia, Canada. 4 people, including 3 children, hospitalized, some in critical condition. We'll see if we can get the latest with how the victims are doing, and then we'll explore why a bear would do this and whether any action was taken on the bear. The bear is believed to be, I think, a mother with cubs, but that is just unusual bear attack. So we'll get with Kim Titchener and see if we can sort of flesh that out. Also learning more about those hooligans. I will call them hooligans. I got no problem with that. These 2 Utes that were in the car that tried to drive away when the highway patrolman had them pulled over on a regular traffic stop. Highway patrol had these kids pulled over in Casper. Yeah, Casper traffic stop. It happened on Saturday, where we learned of the hero deputy sheriff who stepped in. He saw the highway patrol struggling. It was only one trooper, and he had 2 people in the car. He was trying to arrest one while the other one was trying to drive away. And he was in a real bad spot. And here comes an off-duty sheriff's officer, Deputy Black, saw it going on, stepped in and helped the trooper get everything under control. What about the 2 the two Utes, what do we know of them? Well, it turns out at least one of them has warrants out, has a bit of a rap sheet. Only an 18-year-old Sheridan man. He is the one who was fighting with Wyoming Highway Patrol, trying to drive away from that Saturday afternoon stop. They had temp tags, rocking a brand new 2025 Jeep with temporary tags, but the tags were outdated. So the trooper flicked the lights, made the stop, and Bryson Cross is the 18-year-old suspected now, not only in this incident, but suspected in crime sprees across Gillette, Sheridan, Casper. According to court records, Bryson Cross has been wanted by coppers for a while now. And in fact, in the vehicle, the 2025 Jeep Compass, they found stuff belonging to people in Buffalo, Wyoming, who say they've had stuff stolen from their house. So Bryson Cross looks like the cops got lucky and found a bad guy in this regular old traffic stop. Cross faces charges of conspiracy to commit burglary in Sheridan County. Also conspiracy to commit aggravated burglary and theft of $1,000 or more. So Bryson Cross is now in jail. Relatively low bond for a guy who's already proved he has no problem trying to get away. He's in Natrona County Jail for $7,500 cash or surety bonds. So $7,500. I mean, his wealthy aunt, speculating here, I have no idea, could post that and Bryson could say bye-bye. Yeah, I think that's personally kind of low. But anyway, they found a loaded Glock 32 handgun in the floorboard of the vehicle. So weapons and stuff stolen that belonged to others. Here's how it went down. The trooper pulled the kid over for an expired temporary tag. As I said, the driver was a minor, from what I understand, and did not have his license on him. So the trooper, who smelled marijuana in the vehicle, this allegedly from a THC vape that was found in the pocket of Bryson Cross. The trooper then said, I smell something funny in here. Let me see your license, he said to the passenger, who was Bryson Cross. And that's when Cross decided, if I show my license, he's going to know my name, he's going to run it, and there's warrants out for me. That's when everybody tried to make their getaway. Cross told the trooper later at the hospital that he had used cocaine, Percocet, along with marijuana prior to the incident. So he was high as a kite, allegedly. But he's being investigated in at least 17 thefts from vehicles, 4 thefts involving vehicle owners reporting missing firearms. So Bryson Cross allegedly has been on a little bit of a crime spree, and cops are got to feel pretty happy they have him back in custody. What else are we looking at today? It's a little bit of a slow news day because we're all busy digesting and shopping today and calling the plumber, perhaps. Mark Hines' story, which gets recycled every year. He wrote this back in 2022, and every year Cowboy State Daily posts it on this day, Brown Friday, as it's known, along with the Thanksgiving holiday, times of food, football, and family. This holiday week is also known for Brown Friday, and it's got nothing to do with Black Friday. It's the most popular day to call your local plumber and say, we got a problem here. Plumbers just dread the phone call the day after Thanksgiving when people have poured turkey grease and other gooey stuff down the drain, believing, their garbage disposals can handle it, and they'll just chew it all up, right? And B, it looks so much like a liquid, all that turkey grease. I've been guilty of doing it myself. The turkey grease, I used to always pour it down the sink. Always. And now I've learned my lesson. That has to go outside or somewhere because, the turkey grease will gel. It will solidify in the pipes. What if I run hot water after it? Plumbers say, well, that'll help for a little while, but not. It just delays the inevitable. Sooner or later, that turkey grease is going to solidify in your pipes, back everything up. Depending on how far down the pipe it got, you should hope that it only gets a little ways and then it's just the kitchen sink. But if it gets farther out, it could back up everything in your house, including the washing machine and toilets. Pretty soon that plumbing bill starts escalating. It is the busiest day for plumbers, supposedly the day after Thanksgiving. If you can even get one out to your house, you may have to wait till the following Monday. Brown Friday, the result of that greasy mess you poured down the kitchen sink. When I first heard about it, when Mark Hines first wrote this story a few years ago, and I saw the headline Brown Friday, I thought it was because we all had to go to the bathroom after eating like too much turkey and stuffing and smashed potatoes. That might be some of it, but really we're talking about pouring bad things down your drain. Be careful. Mark Hines and the recycled story that comes around this time of year, every year. Great story from Zachary Sontag, real feel-good story about the mission in Casper. Thanksgiving takes on a deeper meaning for the clients and volunteers at the Wyoming Rescue Mission in Casper. And we hear the touching story of Crystal Neal. And Crystal Neal, she's in this story, and she's shown here with fork in hand, enjoying a traditional Thanksgiving meal at the mission. She is the classic example of if not I. No, what is the Kimmy? There I could go. If not for the grace of God, that could be me. What's that saying? Something like that. The idea that, you're above all that, you would never find yourself in the mission. If not for the grace of God, there go I. That's the something as a paraphrase of the famous. Crystal Neal is the classic example. 5 years ago, she would have never thought she'd be there at the mission, enjoying the hospitality of volunteers. Go back to 2023, Crystal Neal's living a life like the rest of us, and then her fiance is momentarily blinded by a ray of sunlight as he's driving. And this is in rural Arkansas. Sunlight blinds him momentarily, veers into oncoming traffic, and he's killed. She's now without a fiance, without the boyfriend, without a partner in life. And things just went from bad to worse for Crystal Neal from there. She, about a week to the day after her fiance passed away, her farm, home, and possessions all lost in a fire started by someone who was an arson fire, lost her home and possessions and her boyfriend a week before. Later, after that, as if God is not done with this chapter of Job on Crystal Neal, she's thrown from a motorcycle, riding on it as a passenger, thrown from a motorcycle that had collided with a sedan, broke a dozen ribs, had severe injuries. The last asset she owned in her life was like a Toyota pickup truck, and then she later crashed that, a Chevy Tahoe, in 2024. She now has nothing. And she somehow gets to Casper, Wyoming, where she encounters the mission, and she has been given a second chance at the mission like so many others. Zach Sontag with a really good story about what they're doing at the Wyoming Rescue Mission in Casper. And Crystal Neal is just one example of somebody who has benefited from the hospitality of the good volunteers and folks who run the mission. Learn more about it in the Cowboy State Daily. For Wyomingites facing trauma and addiction, there's much to be thankful for. Hour 2 coming up on the show right after we break for news on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. CHAPS, located in Sheridan, is Wyoming's only dual-accredited equine therapy center. Cowboy State Daily's Amber Steinmetz reports that its horses help military veterans, kids, and others find healing.
They just got dual certification for their equine assisted therapy facility, and they're the only program in the state that is dual certified. There's certain programs that have one through PATH International, and then there's others through this CHA, and they decided that they wanted both to show that they have strict safety standards and that they're doing their best and that their programs are the best for the people who come there.
CHAPS was established in 2003 as an adaptive riding program in Sheridan to serve children and adults with special needs. Now, over the years, the program has expanded to helping people who have been diagnosed with autism to PTSD and many in between. Leadership Wyoming recently celebrated its 25th anniversary in Laramie with a showing of about 500 graduates. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the program is shaping Wyoming's next wave of pioneers and leaders.
Leadership Wyoming started with a couple of innovative leaders who were just looking at a way to bring professional people in the state together. Josh Miller, who's one of the Leadership Wyoming board members, he said very plainly that he thinks Leadership Wyoming is the most important organization in the history of Wyoming because it brings so many disparate professionals together, and they're united by a common love of Wyoming and wanting to know what they can do to enhance life and progress in the state.
It was standing room only at the Marion H. Rochelle Gateway Center in Laramie for Leadership Wyoming's 25th anniversary celebration. Nearly 500 graduates from the last 25 years, including at least one person from every class since 2001. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org. And help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Although the Thanksgiving holiday might be a time of food, football, and family for many people, there is a price to pay for the festivity. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines does a deep dive and discovers that Brown Friday is real, and it's the busiest day of the year for many Wyoming plumbers.
There is some of the stereotypical brown involved, but mostly what it is, the biggest problem, is people pouring grease down their drains. They say they see that over and over again. People, the grease from like the pan that the turkey was in, people dump that down the drain thinking, oh, it'll dissipate. No, it doesn't. As soon as it cools off, it congeals into a horrific blob and just clogs up the pipes. And it's one of the busiest days for plumbers.
Independent plumber Sean Haight of Gillette tells Cowboy State Daily that he has seen the runny remains of a Turkey Day feast end up in a home's laundry drainage lines, creating a backwash of truly hideous byproduct. He recommends the old-fashioned way your grandmother disposed of grease: pour it in a tin can, wrap it up in a plastic bag, and throw it in the garbage. The meaning of Thanksgiving takes on a deeper meaning for the clients and volunteers at the Wyoming Rescue Mission in Casper. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag met people who are working through trauma and addiction and said they have much to be thankful for.
There is an entire network of people that are out there trying to help others get back on their feet. And I talked to a couple really amazing folk who have had just monumental turnarounds after serious hardships, serious tragedy, major trauma that has been taking place in some instances over the course of a lifetime.
Cheryl Hackett is the director of development for the mission and says that what people don't realize is that the mission does all of this without government funding. They rely on volunteers and donations. 10-month-old Basil Daly was last seen in Washakie County on November 16th. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the baby is thought to be with his non-custodial mother, Madeline Daly, who took him against court orders. Desperate to find the child, his father is asking for the public's help.
A felony warrant for interference is being processed right now for her arrest. They have no idea where she is.
Authorities say they have not issued an Amber Alert because they don't believe the 10-month-old child is in imminent danger. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
We're back after news break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. What a senseless tragedy as the two National Guardsmen are identified, shot dead earlier this week. When did that happen? Two West Virginia National Guard members in the D.C. shooting that happened Wednesday, I think. One of them, that happened Wednesday. They were patrolling under new orders from President Trump to assist Metropolitan D.C. police and an agreement with a West Virginia governor to share these guardsmen from West Virginia. Two were shot Wednesday for no reason. And one of them was Sarah Beckstrom, just 20 years old, shot, and she died the following day from her wounds. Yeah, I'd say there's a crime problem in the D.C. area when there's politicians who say they don't dare to drive to work during certain hours of the day for fear of being carjacked. That's a crime that's gone crazy in D.C. Carjacking is up. And then just senseless random shooting. Shot because they were wearing the uniform of guardsmen? Who knows? I think the shooter has been taken into custody. The shooter is... I'm not sure who the other victim was. A 29-year-old Lochinwall, 29-year-old. The shooter, I thought I saw news saying the shooter has been caught. Suspect's motive still unknown at this time. Homeland Security, FBI, DEA, everybody, every federal agency, every federal agent with a badge has been in on this, trying to apprehend the suspect. The alleged shooter worked with the CIA in Afghanistan. A shooting suspect identified as Lochinwall, first name challenging. I'm not even going to try it. He's an immigrant from Afghanistan, had worked with and cooperated with the CIA in the past. Still, though, motivation unknown, and we're keeping in our memory at least one of the National Guardsmen, Sarah Beckstrom, just 20 years old, died in wounds from that shooting. Stories close to home here in Wyoming. Jen Coker, who was on yesterday with Jeff, I heard her on. I think she touched on this story, but she hadn't had it fully formed yet or written. Now we're learning of it, and now we see it out in the Cowboy State Daily. Jen Coker's story of the missing father of a missing 10-sleep baby, just 10-month-old Basil Daly. Last seen in Washakie County on November 16th, believed to be with mom. Mom is Madeline Daly. These two, mom and dad, were never married. They lived together, had a baby together, but never married. They no longer are together. The dad, the father, works in Kilgore, Nebraska. The father is Jake Stoner. And he has custody of the child, one of those, I guess, one of those rare instances where mom is not given custody for whatever reason. She is a non-custodial parent, Madeline Daly, believed to have taken the 10-month-old and disappeared. Washakie County Sheriff Austin Brookwell looking for the mom, she has a dual citizenship in both France and the United States. She's also known to have lived in places like Moab, Utah. She's lived briefly in, where else? Wherever she could be going or has lived in the past. Thermopolis, Hill City, South Dakota, and Moab, Utah, places she's lived in the past. She's a dual French and U.S. citizen, as I said, originally from Lincoln, Nebraska. So maybe any of those other places. She reportedly has families in the Denver area, but she's also lived on various ranches throughout the Midwest and West Coast. Could be anywhere, but if you have seen this mom with this baby, and we'll share the photos here. This mom is Madeline Daly. The 10-month-old kid is Basil Daly. And they have not been seen since November 16th. Dad is worried. Police are looking into it. A bolo was issued. Be on the lookout for was issued. But in the cases of non-custodial parents, if you're the real parent of a kid and have gone missing with said kid, apparently police it does not meet the requirements for an Amber Alert, which those are of a level where they're often pretty successful in finding somebody, but this has not triggered an Amber Alert. According to Christopher King, who is the father's lawyer, Jake Stoner's lawyer, Christopher King said very rarely do they, being law enforcement, issue an Amber Alert for a parent, which I think is something that would definitely help in this situation, King said. Amber Alerts are issued only in cases where children have been abducted and law enforcement believes are in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death. Those conditions not applicable at this time. Likely this is just mom that's taken off with a kid where the custody belongs to the father. This story in the Cowboy State Daily, Jen Coker has it. You can read that on cowboystatedaily.com. Yeah, we got Don Day coming up, and we have my new favorite author going to be here shortly. I'm excited to welcome everybody and learn to know Carla Kaplan a little better. a Davis Distinguished Professor of American Literature at Northeastern University, author of 7 books, but her latest that just dropped 3 days ago looks really, really good. Carla Kaplan brings us into the life of someone I bet you've never heard of, but she should be somebody who's known in history. Jessica Mitford was born in 1917 in England, and she was one of, I think, 5 girls in that family, 5 daughters, sort of like Little Women times 2 almost. And in this she was born in a well-to-do family. And all the daughters were taught, here's how you walk and talk, and here's how you work in society. You come from a family that's wealthy and well-known. You marry well, and this is how you do life. Well, this Jessica Mitford, who everybody called Decca, and I don't know why, we could ask the author, but Decca never got with the game plan. She ran away from home at age 19, and she pretty much avoided her family's money, didn't like her family's money, and just saw so many people living below poverty level, and it bothered her whole life. She was basically the queen of the muckrakers. Time magazine called Decca Queen of the Muckrakers. 1970, Time magazine came out with a story about her, Decca. And until this book by Carla Kaplan, you may have never heard of this young lady in England, but she lived in a fascinating life. Pretty cool story, and I'm excited to read the rest of the book and excited to have Carla Kaplan on. We're going to get to our weather guy, Don Day, do a little bit of weather forecasting. As we said, we're looking at old man winter coming for real. I think winter has been rearing its ugly head now and then in November, but for the most part, the first 3 weeks of November, we've been enjoying great weather. Mild weather. I think winter gets here for real this weekend. We'll tell you when, where, and who gets what when we come back from this break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake, serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit, stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
There you go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And Don Day is here with the day weather forecast. Last I heard, the European model wasn't getting along with the American model. Certainly, the European model wanted to smoke cigarettes using the plastic stem or a non-filtered, and the American model was like, you're so European. We're still wondering about how much snow, but certainly we can define this weekend as the beginning of real winter. I think it's here. Colder, definitely.
Yeah, and this pattern that we're in is not really conducive to big snow, but it's conducive to enough to be a problem for traveling. I mean, and we're focusing on traveling here, and we have winter weather advisories for Sheridan, Gillette, that I-90 corridor, Jake, I think is the area where travel will be hit the most, and this is going to start later this afternoon and tonight into Saturday morning. But light snow will fall north to south across most of the state. So 25, 90, Interstate 80 will all be slick tonight into Saturday morning. It's going to be a lot colder. If you're headed towards your favorite city's Christmas parade Saturday, I know there's a lot of those going on. Bundle up. It's going to be very, very cold. And we have another little system that will produce a little snow again, mainly in the southwest and south during the day Sunday, like a heavy dusting to an inch or two. But it's not a pattern, as I mentioned earlier, that's really moist, but it's going to bring some snow. And I've got good news for skiers and the ski areas. We see this weather pattern change being really favorable over the next 2 weeks. They really get that snow going in the mountains.
Yeah, and that's the natural snow. It's been tough to even get the guns going because it hasn't been cold enough. So we at least got that. The snow guns, they're going to be making an artificial base and then hoping for that new fresh powder. Right now, the ski resorts west of the divide looking enviously at that snow falling and being wasted on an interstate over there.
Hey, you know where the best snow for skiing is right now?
Sheridan or Ranchester?
No, Flagstaff. I mean, Arizona.
No.
The snowpack in northern Arizona is over 200% of average right now.
Wow. I did hear somebody from Arizona the other day saying it was raining down there a lot.
If you want to know where our snow's gone, it's been into the deserts this past couple of weeks.
That's right. Jeff did the show yesterday. Big thanks to Jeff. He talked to his mom on the show, who's down in Arizona. She's like, it's been raining a lot. Like, what? Oh, wow. That's surprising. Okay, so we'll get it going in the resorts. Meanwhile, watch your travel plan, especially up there as you move. Maybe you drive north from Sheridan, Manchester to Montana. That's going to be a tough drive later today.
And it's snowing right now over a good swath of Montana, parts of northern and central Idaho. That's just going to slide south across the state, especially late afternoon and evening.
Okay. Well, awesome. Have a great weekend.
You too. Don't eat too many leftovers.
Yeah, and don't buy too much stuff today.
No, not me. I'm not shopping right now. Forget it.
Cowboy State Daily with day weather forecast on Day. I got leftovers lined up. Definitely. Shopping, I don't know. I'm sure the wife will be clicking away on Amazon. Oh, yeah, she had a comment. She's probably shopping right now. Yeah, it is Black Friday, Brown Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, and we're going to get into the Leftovers. Let's get author Carla Kaplan on here as promised. There she is. Carla, how was your Thanksgiving yesterday? Pretty good?
It was terrific. Good morning. How was yours?
Good morning. Mine was fantastic. Good. Turkey, football, a lot of laying on the couch. I had someone else do the show for me yesterday. Jeff, his first time doing it. He was great. But I'm glad to be back this Friday because I didn't want to miss you. I'm so fascinated. I read just the first couple chapters of your new book, which dropped. I got an advance copy because I'm somebody important.
There you go.
I read a couple of chapters, and I am suddenly taken with Jessica Mitford. I'll call her Decca like everybody else. How do we not know this story? How is she not a legend in England? I don't even know where to start. Carla Kaplan is author of at least 7 books I know of. Davis Distinguished Professor of American Literature at Northeastern University. And you can usually find her up there in the New England area, somewhere between Boston and in Cape Cod. Carla, this book, the new one, Troublemaker, The Fierce, Unruly Life of Jessica Mitford, is fascinating. Decca was questioning to the point of rebellious. That was her life, and I'm fascinated by her.
Yeah, she was an incredible rebel. She couldn't have been more rebellious, and wherever she was, she couldn't follow the rules. Wherever she was questioning. One of the things I love about her is, we all have experienced young children who both have a really deep sense of fairness. Why isn't my allowance as big as so-and-so's, right? But who question everything. Young children who say, well, why this? Why that? That doesn't look right. Why do you do it this way? Well, why? And Jessica Mitford actually never lost that quality. So she lived her entire life with that child's deep sense of what's right and what's fair, but also with that child's ability to question everything around her. I don't mean she was childlike, quite the opposite, but she never lost that open sense of asking if things were right. And I love that about her.
I do too. And because that's an easy connection. Many of us know of a child like that, of someone like that who is just always questioning. And as a parent, you're like, all right, enough already. And
some of us have been that child, right?
Yeah. Right. But in this case, Decca had little cause maybe to go so far with the questioning. She was born in an affluent, if not a little odd, family in England. She had everything she could have wanted. She and her other sisters, her siblings, they were taught the way to do things in proper England, practically royalty, and yet all along the way, she eschewed the money, and she looked at other people who didn't have and said, why is that? What's wrong with that? These people don't have what we have. And she just took that to the nth degree, never really it shook her, it formed her.
I think that's what makes her so incredibly interesting. I mean, first, I would just say she's really interesting because she was so interested. She was deeply interested in other people. She was a deeply curious person. But what makes her so interesting is she had exactly the life that most people covet and think they want. She had all the wealth, all the privilege, all the social status. She lived on this extraordinarily gorgeous manor estate in the Cotswolds, one of the most beautiful areas in England. And everybody in the village worked for her family. In fact, her family owned the entire village. So everything was hers. And yet she walked away. She looked at all of that and said, I don't find this satisfying. It's not just that she didn't find it fair. That was key to her, but she didn't find it satisfying. She thought there was a better life. And that's what makes her so interesting, that she has everything most people want. And she says, nope, I don't want it. And she has a completely different life in Oakland, California.
We're talking about the Mitford girls who at their time in England were the 1% upper crust version of Little Women. I mean, this was a family, you know, the girls all went on to do the right thing except for this one black sheep. And Jessica, who we're going to call Decca, her quote, "It never occurred to me to be happy with my lot." What a that's her in a nutshell. You put that on the tombstone. My goodness.
That's a perfect quote to pick out. And when you say the other sisters did the right thing, let's clarify. They did the right thing by sort of class protocols.
Convention,
But one of her sisters, one of the ones she had most admired all her life as a young girl, as a child, Diana Mosley. Diana Mosley was incredibly scandalous. She left her first husband, who was Brian Guinness, heir to the Guinness beer fortune. You know, I think many of us are familiar with the Guinness beer fortunes. Heir to one of the great fortunes in Europe, right? She walked away from him and she took up with a man named Oswald Mosley, who was married, having an affair with his wife's sister, and hold on, the head of the British Union of Fascists. And she became a lifelong fascist. She ended up spending most of World War II in Holloway Prison in England because she was a traitor to her country. And she never apologized for fascism or Nazism at all. And it gets worse. So Jessica Mitford's youngest, or not youngest, but her other sister, who she adored, her very favorite sister, named Unity. Her full name was Unity Valkyrie Mitford. You can't make this stuff up.
Wow.
Went to Germany, stalked Hitler at the restaurant where he had lunch every day for 3 months until he finally noticed her, called her over to his table, became Hitler's intimate. A lot of debate about how we're supposed to understand their intimacy. I'm not going to get too deep into that. And spent the rest of her time as Hitler's intimate until Germany and England declared war. Unity went into a park in Germany, took a small pistol out of her purse, put it up to her temple, pulled the trigger, and didn't die. She lived for 8 more years with extremely diminished capacities and a bullet lodged in the back of her brain. So Jessica Mitford, in rebelling from class privilege and rebelling from right-wing support for the Nazis, which was not uncommon in the British aristocracy at this time, ended up completely estranged from most of her family. So this is one of the most divided families in world history. I mean, we have a communist in Decca and 2 Nazis in Diana and Unity. And for those of us who just lived through a Thanksgiving table with some divides and some conflict, there is a lot to learn from Jessica Mitford.
Yeah, nothing compared to the Mitford girls, which leads me to my next question, Carla. How, out of all those pickings, do you center on Decca and say she's the one I really want to go deep on? How is it?
I'm so glad you asked me that, because I was most interested in Decca for 2 reasons. For one thing, I think she had the wildest, most unlikely, and most interesting life. And I think that because she's the one who goes furthest from her roots. So she goes from the Cotswolds, aristocratic privilege, manor house, you know, the whole 9 yards, to being a radical activist and writer in Oakland, California. And she insists that that's a better life, that that's a more satisfying life and a more fulfilling life. So to me, that distance that she travels makes her far and away the most interesting one. And yet, what I love about her, one of the things I love about her, is that even though she rebels against all that privilege, she holds on to the things in her background that she treasures. So all her years as an American radical, as an activist, as a muckraking writer, she writes exposés, she exposes the funeral industry, she goes after exploiters, she defends people who don't have money. And over all those years, that upper crust British accent, it only deepens. So every year she sounds more and more and more like an aristocrat.
Yeah.
So she's on the streets fighting for Black housing rights, and she sounds like the most royal of the British royals. And I think that's fascinating to me.
It's that dichotomy that drives the whole book, I would imagine. Like, who is Jessica Mitford and who is Decca? It's crazy. She grew up in, as we're saying, in the Cotswolds, in the affluent Mitford family, where their loftiest goal of the Mitfords was to drink and drive about in large and expensive Daimlers. I think that their whole life was just carefree, and Decca never was having it. She said, the kind of life I enjoy is any confrontation.
Yes,
wow. Another powerful statement from Decca, who literally turned her back on her family. She ran away at age 19. Take us more into Decca.
Yeah, I mean, she did turn her back, and I have to say, it cost her dearly.
Yeah.
So one of the misunderstandings about Decca, who has never received the attention of her more glamorous, wealthier sisters, is that her running away was almost a game or an adventure or kind of a prank. It cost her dearly. So she ended up a widow, alone in America during World War II. She couldn't have gone back to England if she wanted to. The family had disowned her. She had zero education, never went to school in her life. Aristocratic girls were raised for marriage. They didn't go to school for the most part. She had no training, no occupation, and she had an infant daughter, and she had to make her own way. And she did it with elan. She did it incredibly well. She got a job as an investigator for the American Office of Price Administration and ended up working for the government, was wildly successful at her job. But this is with somebody with no training, no resources, no connections, no education, and she had to make her own way. It's quite extraordinary. She is very brave.
Carla Kaplan, who we're talking with, the author of the new book, Troublemaker, The Fierce, Unruly Life of Jessica Mitford. You hear us talking about Decca. That is Jessica. She's been known as Decca her whole life, everybody. So we're just going to call her one that, like Cher, she just gets Decca. That's who we're talking about. Right. There's many fascinating reasons to tell Decca's story. Another important one, I think, and I've heard you say this, Carla, is she is she's not unstereotypical. Is that a word? You would know. You're an author. She breaks the mold in that everything she did breaks the mold, but also as a female activist. And I'm picturing my stereotypical female activist. They're a Karen, they're stern, they're grim, that's how they present. She was not like that. She really captivated you, and she was funny.
So Jessica Mitford was an absolute riot. She was hysterically funny. She had an irrepressible sense of humor. She was constitutionally incapable of being earnest or serious about anything, including herself. So she was somebody everybody wanted to be in the room with. She was a dedicated worker. She took her civil rights work and her writing very, very seriously. She put in the 14-hour day pretty much every day all her life. I mean, you can never accuse her of not working hard, but she was never earnest. She was never that strident, policing everybody else. She was just a riot, and she took that into her writing. So the thing that makes her muckraking writing really unusual, and she kind of revives the muckraking tradition. It was sort of moribund by the time she takes it up in early 1960, is that she makes the most unlikely subjects hysterically funny. So her 1963 blockbuster breakout book is called The American Way of Death, and it is an hysterically funny send-up of the funeral industry. So who would have thought to take the subject of death and funerals and make it hysterically funny? That's the Decca touch.
That sounds so inherently uniquely Decca. Okay, so we have you've mentioned like sort of what got you interested in Decca. I can imagine you write this book in like a month because she's practically written it for you. There's so many writings. They're her published works. They're her letters. She's got an attic full of letters. You got material galore to introduce the world to Decca, but this took you a while to write because there was almost too much on her.
Well, exactly. She was a pack rat, and by her own description, and she left behind 600 completely crammed to where you couldn't close the lid banker's boxes of material. She was interviewed a lot on radio and television because American Way of Death was a blockbuster. It, in fact, changed the funeral of John F. Kennedy. So she had wide influence. She was very noted in the 1960s. So there were 200 audio and video interviews with her, 600 boxes. I conducted about 50 interviews. So I really wish that I had written this book in about a month. Unfortunately, it took me 10 years because there was so much material to wade through. And then I had to really get to know her. I had to really understand who she was.
I hear that. I get the same way. When I want to do somebody right, I want to present the correct whole 3D version of, Decca, whatever you're doing. I do the same. I want to really be fair to whoever it is I'm presenting in book form. This is incredible. I want to talk about one of those interviews you did because this to me was very moving. You talked to her sister, Deborah.
Yes.
Who was la-di-da. She's somebody who drinks with the pinky off her glass, for sure.
She defines it, yes.
Oh, my God. And you sat down with her and you shared something from Decca. Tell me that, because that's powerful.
It was an incredible day, and I'm so glad you asked me about it. So let me just explain to your listeners and your viewers that her youngest sister, Decca's youngest sister, Debo, as she was known, they all were known by their nicknames, and they all reached up into the air to invent their own futures because they had no training or education. And Debo always said she wanted to become a duchess. And darned if she didn't accomplish it.
Yeah.
She not only became a duchess, but she was the Duchess of Devonshire and the chatelaine of Chatsworth Estate, one of the grandest, largest houses in all of England, still open to the public, hundreds of rooms, over 36 staircases alone. The place is amazing. Anybody going to England should tour Chatsworth. Incredible. And Debo, because of being one of the Grand Duchesses of England, was one of the most interviewed women in all of Europe. And when I went to see her, with my little notebook and my little tape recorder, and I'm writing about her radical sister. Mostly what I got was a very scripted kind of response. Now, she was incredibly generous. She gave me an entire day, which was so generous of her, but it was very scripted. She was very careful about what she said. She was very protective of the family history. I mean, here's a family, an aristocratic family with 2 Nazis in it, and she doesn't like attention to that. So she was very careful with what she said to me until there was a breakthrough moment where I asked her very casually a question about one of Decca's best friends, a woman named Marge France. And Debo said, I don't know any Marge France. She didn't say it that way. That's an American elocution. Debo said it in her way. And I said, well, yes, Marge was one of your sister's best friends. And Debo said, I don't think so, dear. And I showed her this book of letters, amazing book of letters, edited by Peter Sussman, filled with letters to and from Decca with Marge France. And all of a sudden, everything changed. And Debo began to cry because she understood that even though she and her sister continued to love one another, she really didn't know her sister. And her sister didn't really trust her to meet her very best friends. And Debo was crestfallen. And she stopped our day and she took a break. And we went into separate rooms. And when she came back 45 minutes later, that steel door was back down. And she was scripted again. But what I understood was that how hard those differences were. That when Debo realized that with all the differences in their politics and their lifestyle, Debo lived in hundreds of rooms and Decca lived in Oakland, California. When Debo realized they never could completely meet again in the middle, it really broke Debo's heart.
That is huge. What a moment that must have been to break through the guarded interview and find a real moment.
It was a gift and it was unexpected.
You got to get this book. I'm 2 chapters in. I can't wait to finish it over the weekend. It's fantastic. Carla Kaplan, her latest book, Troublemaker. Yeah. Troublemaker with a capital T, the fierce, unruly life of Jessica Mitford that we know as Decca. HarperCollins published it. It dropped just a few days ago. Go get it wherever you get books. Where do we find it? Your local bookstore, Amazon?
Everywhere. And it's audio and it's Kindle. So however you listen to books, you can learn about Decca's crazy life.
Time magazine called Decca the Queen of Muckraker. She certainly was. And you should know more about her. What a fascinating life. I'm glad you highlighted her. You can work on the rest of the Mitford girls next. I don't know where you're going.
That's been done. That's been done.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
You bet. Thanks for spending time with us today. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Let's take a quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back with Andrew Rossi right after this here.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
There he is, Andrew Rossi. Andrew, I'm supposed to tell you that you stole your name from somebody.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a friend of mine who is going to become the new high school girls basketball coach at Jackson. His name is Andrew Rossi. What's his last name? Vitale. His middle name is Andrew Rossi, comes from a long line of Rossies. I wonder if you guys are somehow related.
It's possible. I've been told that Rossi is the equivalent of Smith in Italy as it comes to last name. So it's not all that uncommon. I think I was in a Facebook group a while ago that was We Are Andrew Rossi, and there were over 100 of us.
Okay, well, yeah, that could be it then. A lot of those Rossis out there, but only one, Andrew Rossi, that we're talking about. Only one to be as special as Andrew. You got a couple stories with Bill Schilling involved in them and some old-time Wyoming leadership, big legacy names in the state. Your story really interesting. Leadership Wyoming, 25 years ago. Bill Schilling, the same guy who thought of the Hathaway Scholarship, also hatched a great idea, Leadership Wyoming. Bill Schilling was a mover and shaker, still is.
Yep, it's kind of funny. He gave a speech at the 25th anniversary celebration for Leadership Wyoming, and everyone was joking about that he only had a Schilling minute to give it.
Did he take more than a minute? I'm sure.
Well, he took all the time he needed. I mean, obviously, as one of the founders of the organization, he had a bit to say about its history and what it's meant for the state of Wyoming, which is a lot. There were over 500 graduates from Leadership Wyoming at that celebration, which is over half of the whole graduates since the program's been going on since 2000. So it was a really cool night. Of course, I have to admit my bias a little bit. I'm currently in the latest class of Leadership Wyoming, so it's good for your journalists admit when they've got ties to the story they're covering. But it would have been a fascinating and really fun story to cover, even if I hadn't been personally involved with the organization.
Absolutely. So, a disclaimer, Andrew's in the club, but we get it. Bill Schilling, very cool guy. We had him scheduled on the show, and somehow we lost him. I forgot. We got to get back to him. I think he didn't have Zoom or something. He didn't have it or didn't want to do it. So we might have to do a phone call with him if you'll share his super secret phone number.
I'm sure he'd be fascinating to talk to because he's got such a deep well of stories and connections and just somebody who really cares about the state, which is why he started Leadership Wyoming in the first place. He recognized that there were so many people who really cared about making a difference in Wyoming, but they were working in different fields. So this was their way of bringing everybody together so they could work towards a common goal, get to know each other, and realize that we're more connected in Wyoming than we might believe. Despite our industries and what we do with our lives and where we live, we can forge these connections and try to work towards something better. It's a phenomenal organization. And as one of their board members said during a speech, he said it's the most important organization in Wyoming's history. And there's a compelling case to be made for that.
Yeah, learn more about the organization. You don't have to sign up and belong like Andrew and go through all that, but you should at least know more about it. Leadership Wyoming, Bill Schilling, along with Eli Bebout. They got that going 25 years ago. Now, more than 1,000 graduates of Leadership Wyoming, and more than half of them were there at the shindig the other day in Laramie. Interesting. Andrew, I never thought about this because maybe I'm not a paleontologist, but when we discover dinosaurs, dinosaur bones, and we dig them up and reconstruct them, when we know all these things, sometimes we know what the dinosaurs ate from the stuff we are able to find out all these millions of years later, but I never thought to think, do we know if it was a boy or a girl, Tyrannosaurus Rex? How do we even know about gender? Why is it important? And what kind of breakthrough has happened that could help paleontologists determine gender of dinosaurs? Crazy.
Well, the broad answer is we don't. There isn't really an established way to determine the gender of a dinosaur, but there's a paper published recently that presented an intriguing hypothesis that they found the tails of these dinosaurs, and they are all broken in the same place. Same type of injury, same spot in the tail. And so they saw this frequently enough between different species of the same general kind of dinosaur, one of the duck-billed dinosaurs, the hadrosaurs. They put forth a theory that the only way that that injury made sense, or the most likely way it made sense, was that it was caused by a male dinosaur that was breaking the tail of a female dinosaur while they were mating. So they didn't say definitively that, like, this is how we can gender a dinosaur. They're saying we've seen this pattern in these tails of these hadrosaurs, and this is an injury that had to have come from the top. It couldn't have been from the side or anything. This animal would have had to have hit from the top and broke that way. So unless they all had their tails hit by rocks or trees at the same place, the most likely explanation is that it was caused by a multi-ton male hadrosaur trying to get its business done with a female hadrosaur, and in the process broke the tailbone. So really fascinating hypothesis. Doesn't say definitively this is how you can tell a boy from a girl. They're saying that's the most likely explanation given the evidence that we have. But beyond that, there's no established way to determine dinosaur gender, and that's kind of frustrating.
Yeah. All right, I admit our deep dive here into this story just highlights the fact that I didn't read it. I just read a little bit, Andrew, and I thought we were going to go into a laboratory and DNA evidence, and maybe this is a boy or girl. Boy, that's a stretch to think the girls had broken tails because of the roughhousing boys while they were getting it on.
Yeah, well, it's not that much of a stretch, especially considering we know the nature of the injury. As I said, it was a top-down injury as opposed to a side. And you can break your tail in any number of ways from side to side, but top-down, that's very specific. And I do mention the only instance where a dinosaur has been positively identified as male or female, and that was a T-Rex. They chopped its legs in half. And then the scientist studying it, Mary Schweitzer, who's kind of a maverick in the field, she found a special kind of bone called medullary bone, which is only deposited inside the long bones of birds while they're laying eggs or in anticipation of laying eggs as a source of calcium that's going to be depleted because eggs require a lot of calcium to be made. So she looked inside these T-Rex leg bones, saw that medullary bone, and said, yes, this is a female T-Rex. That's the only dinosaur that's ever been 100% positively identified as male or female.
That's cool. Okay, see, I didn't see that either. Fascinating, very cool. We're going to go pivot only slightly, lateral pivot to today's dinosaurs, which are, crocodiles, alligators, tortoises. I have been to this South Dakota attraction, Rapid City's Reptile Gardens. I was sad to hear of the fire a few days ago, and you've done a follow-up to tell us what happened, what burned, and some positive out of it. A 120-year-old tortoise did survive the fire. What happened at Reptile Gardens?
Well, they don't know entirely. They believe it was some kind of electrical issue in an off-exhibit storage building where they had a lot of animals, between 80 and 90 alligators and many kinds of tortoises in there that they use for various programs. And it just caught fire, consumed the whole building, and none of the animals inside the building survived. Fortunately, the tortoises that everybody loves, and Maniac, the giant saltwater crocodile, and the bulk of their animal exhibits, they were housed at a different building that wasn't threatened by the fire at all. So they're all okay. But, 80 to 90 animals is still a huge loss. So they're going to have to figure out how to move forward, and they're going to spend the season doing that. The Reptile Garden is open for another 2 days before they close for the winter and reopen in the spring. So they'll have time to figure out what happened and how they can proceed. But they're certainly very upset about the fact that this fire took a lot of animals that they cared about. Because I don't know about you, Jake. I've met reptile people, and reptile people are a special kind of passionate.
They are. I don't get it. I'm not down with the snakes and all that stuff. But yeah, I got a nephew that's crazy about them. And when they're crazy about them. I hope when we see the schedule closing for the winter, that I hope in the spring they do get right back to business. But they got a lot to think about at Reptile Gardens. Now
they're positive that they're going to reopen. When I spoke to them earlier this week, they said it was just a couple days after the fire and they were open for business. They have every intention of getting back, because I guess to put the positive spin on it, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Like the building that burned was an off-exhibit building, so it wasn't one that visitors were going to. The animals that were inside weren't their marquee attractions. So everything that they need to stay open and have people enjoy the wonder of Reptile Gardens, that's all still intact. So they have every intention of opening to the public back again. I believe at the end of February is when they start their spring season. And This is an unfortunate setback for them, but they're going to be perfectly fine and ready to keep going with business as usual.
Andrew Rossi, one final story you have. You exposed us, sorry for the pun or the use of words, but to the deadly equine virus going around now. You exposed us on November 21st, gave us a heads up that the horse world right now very worried about the herpes equine. It's affecting the National Finals Rodeo, and basically horses are just not moving around right now. It's not safe.
Yeah, it's a very infectious virus that can pass very easily from horse. They can get it from contact, so like nose to nose or just touching each other. A horse can pick it up from the shed hair and fur of another horse. And humans can be a vessel for that, because if you are near a horse that sheds and you've got its shed fur on you, you can spread it that way. They can spread it by drinking from the same water trough. So it's a very virulent virus. And if it's not lethal, though, as many horse owners will be happy to know, if it's caught soon enough, like a lot of diseases that afflict humans. Like if your horse starts showing symptoms and you get it treated, or you get treatment for it, and even better if you get it vaccinated before it shows any symptoms, but don't get it vaccinated if it is. But if your horse is showing mild symptoms, it can be treated and it can survive the incident. It's when it starts showing the cognitive issues, when the virus progresses to its final form, if you will. That's when it can be potentially lethal, and in most cases it is. So there's been a lot of concern about where this virus, how it got here, how many horses have been exposed to it, because they're big events where lots of horses go to. So I haven't checked in on it recently, but I know a lot of people are still spooked about it, because the initial exposure happened at a barrel racing event in Waco, Texas. And then the virus takes between 10 to 14 days to start, going through the system and symptoms to manifest before you can really tell if horses have it. So by this point, any Wyoming horse that was exposed after the Waco event is probably already displaying symptoms, but that viruses, they continue to spread. It's not like they have a shelf life. So it's something that needs to be taken very seriously.
Thanks for the heads up on that story, Andrew. Have a fantastic weekend. Get to shopping. It's Black Friday. Get to work.
Oh, yeah.
Do your part. All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on. Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's get to news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The meaning of Thanksgiving takes on a deeper meaning for the clients and volunteers at the Wyoming Rescue Mission in Casper. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag met people who are working through trauma and addiction, and they say they have much to be thankful for.
What is so amazing about this time of year and about Thanksgiving for a lot of people in the underserved communities is just how it underscores that there is an entire network of people that are out there trying to help others get back on their feet. And I talked to a couple really amazing folk who have had just monumental turnarounds after serious hardships.
Cheryl Hackett is the director of development for the mission and says that what people don't realize is that the mission does all of this without government funding. They rely on volunteers and donations. 10-month-old Basil Daly was last seen in Washakie County on November 16th. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the baby is thought to be with his non-custodial mother, Madeline Daly, who took him against court orders. Desperate to find the child, his father is asking for the public's help.
A felony warrant for interference is being processed right now for her arrest. They have no idea where she is. She has ties to Hill City, South Dakota. She has ties in Nebraska, on the West Coast, in the Denver area. She could be anywhere, any of these places. Moreover, she is known to love to camp and to go off-grid. So there's a good chance she might be in national forest land, state parks, or BLM land, off-grid.
I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org and help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Hopeful skiers in Jackson Hole are in a holding pattern with warm, dry weather, delaying opening day for all three of its major resorts. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that forecasters say a much colder pattern is on the way to help rescue the season soon.
This year, they all three are delaying the opening date because they just don't have enough snow right now, and it's been too warm for them to make snow. So a lot of them do have snow guns, and they're continually making snow, but you can only do that when the weather is conducive. You know, if it's too warm, what are you doing? You're just kind of creating rain.
Cowboy State Daily's meteorologist Don Day says Mother Nature's help is on the way with the weather turning colder and hopefully snowier this weekend. An extremely rare first edition of Asa Mercer's 1894 Banditti of the Plains, Wyoming's most banned book because it exposed powerful backers of the Johnson County War, has resurfaced. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that the rare book has been donated to the Johnson County Library and Hoofprints Museum.
This story is the true story from a first-person account of what happened during the Johnson County Wars, and the Wyoming Stock Growers Association hated it and started destroying the book every way possible, all the way up into the 1950s. Even though there was 1,000 of these books printed in 1894, and 2 of these just found their way home to Johnson County, to the donation of one lady who donated these 2 very valuable historical records back to their original home.
Because so few first editions survived, it's become one of the rarest and most valuable historical books. 2 are listed for sale with different online booksellers as of this week, with one asking $5,500 and the other $7,500. CHAPS, located in Sheridan, is Wyoming's only dual-accredited equine therapy center. Cowboy State Daily's Amber Steinmetz reports that its horses help military veterans, kids, and others find healing.
They just got dual certification for their equine assisted therapy facility. And they're the only program in the state that is dual certified. There's certain programs that have one through PATH International, and then there's others through this CHA. And they decided that they wanted both to show that they have strict safety standards and that they're doing their best and that their programs are the best for the people who come there.
CHAPS was established in 2003 as an adaptive riding program in Sheridan to serve children and adults with special needs. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Black Friday, Brown Friday, day after Thanksgiving, back to work Friday, all that stuff. Bill Sniffen is with us. Bill, how was your Thanksgiving? What did you do? Turkey?
You know, yes, we had turkey, we had ham, we had pork, we had some vegetarian dishes, and mainly we had football. It was just great. Little tryptophan. You know, I always try to stay awake after eating and watch football, and I inevitably fall asleep and miss some of the best parts of the game. And that was quite an upset. I enjoyed watching the Dallas Cowboys beat the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday, and that was well worth watching. But anyway, Jake, happy Brown Friday, Black Friday, whatever it is, and happy delayed Thanksgiving to you. I'm not sure what all you're talking about or what you got going today. My column this week was about unique, or not necessarily unique, but just Wyoming gifts that I love to talk about travel around Wyoming. I've kind of spent a career trying to convince Wyoming people to go to other parts of Wyoming and see this wonderful state. Well, this year, every time I write a column about trying to convince Wyoming people to don't buy from Amazon, go downtown and buy from your local stores. And I always say there's 3 good reasons to do that. One is it's just good to be out. It's good to support the local economy, and you'll be surprised at all your friends you're going to see. So it's there's just no downside. You might pay a few pennies more, but gosh, it's please shop local, and it's there's so many wonderful gifts, and of course I'm unabashedly promoting my coffee table books over my shoulder here to anybody on video. We're down to almost the end, Jake. I've sold 40,000 of these things, and
Dang.
I haven't reprinted them. And the one behind my head is sold completely out, but the other two I've got a few hundred left, and so this year I'm going to probably try to close them out. Let's maybe I'll have to retire from my coffee table part of my career, but anyway, Jay, that's you're one of those guys that's had a number of different careers in your life, and I have too. I've had I've been a journalist and an author and a publisher and a number of things. I've kind of done some of them simultaneously, but you kind of bounce around as a tourism promoter. You get involved with some fledgling outfit called Cowboy State Daily when it has 800 subscribers, and today it's got 100,000 daily subscribers. I mean, just stunning. And so it's anyway, those are just some of the things that are on my mind today.
We just, Cowboy State Daily just hit a new plateau on Facebook followers as well. Now 185,000 and growing. On the YouTube channel where you may be watching this show, 21,000 plus subscribed members. Make sure to subscribe while you're there. Cowboy State Daily makes a good gift this giving season. Just let people know where you get the news right. And this state has so many, Bill, authors, artists, photographers, that you can find tons of stuff, whether it's Bill Sniffin's coffee table book, David Bell's photography. There's so many authors in this state. It's pretty cool. That'd make a gift.
They really are. And of course, Mike Enzi had an amazing, the late U.S. Senator Mike Enzi had I had always sensed this, but he put it into words. He used to put on an innovation conference every year. I mean, I think he did that for 20 years, and it was for inventors. And I think one time I said, well, Mike, why on earth Wyoming's the smallest populated state? Why? And he said, we're different here because we're so small. Our sense of self-importance is more than anywhere else. We actually think each one of us can make a difference, and we actually think each one of us is an empowered individual. Whereas if you live in a gigantic city and there are just millions of people all around you, you feel like an ant. You don't feel like you have that individuality. But his theory was that's why he was stunned at the number of inventors and creative people that come out of Wyoming. And I thought, man, he put it to words. He had figured this out. And from then on, I realized that too, that everywhere you go, you find creative people. And I think it's because it's the small population, it contributes to that. It makes us feel like what we're doing is a little more significant. I mean, I think about, okay, let's say I spent a lot of time in Texas with my daughter down there. And I thought, well, if I lived in Texas, would I be able to do a coffee table book on Texas? I mean, it's so big, and 30 million people or whatever there is. You'd be intimidated, and you couldn't do it. But in Wyoming,
yeah,
what the heck?
I've never heard voiced that idea, that notion. Enzi voiced it for you. This idea that if you're a little fish in a big pond, you might be deterred from even going down that road because you're like, I'm so little, I'll never make a difference. But if you're a little fish in a little pond, maybe so. I always thought it had to do with the kind of people that end up collecting in Wyoming. There's not many, but the quantity we know is low, but the quality is high. Think about the things that got people to Wyoming. There are people that walked off the family farm back east. They wanted a different life, a new life. They were adventure seekers. They were hardy to stick it out here. The people that ended up in Wyoming, and that's been diluted somewhat now in 2025, but the backbone of Wyoming is the kind of people that didn't settle for whatever they had. They wanted something else, and man, they went and grabbed stuff.
You know, I called it the wanderlust gene.
Yeah.
And I have written and talked about that for 50 years because I was that person. I mean, both my wife and I came from big families back in Iowa, and you know, everybody stayed, but no, we didn't want to stay. We wanted to go somewhere, and we wanted to go west and wanted to go to the mountains, and we found a beautiful town in Lander and a great job opportunity. But I think that so I've always said that Wyoming is full of people who came here from somewhere else. And even if you're fifth generation, I'm thinking of Ogden Driscoll up at Devil's Tower. You know, I think he might be he has grandkids that are sixth generation or something. But I mean, they showed up here driving cattle out of Texas and Oklahoma and that area. But if you delve into just about every family here, unless you're Shoshone or Arapaho, you came here, your family came here from somewhere else. So I believe you have inside you what I call a wanderlust gene. And with that is a sense of not settling. You're just not content with the status quo. You want to do something, you want to change something, maybe you want to go somewhere, you want to see something. And so again, that along with Mike's thing, you and I, Jake, we may have discovered the secret sauce of Wyoming this morning here as to that number one, we're small fish and small ponds, which makes us think we can create stuff. Right. We're wanderers. We all are. We're all gypsies. Which, by the way, I was just down to my daughter's house in Texas, and she has a plant called. This is their name. Now, I'm not being defaming anybody, but they're called the Wandering Jews. Have you heard of that?
Oh yeah, I know that plant.
It's a beautiful plant. But then next to it, she has a slightly different one, and they call it the Roman Catholics. Now, I don't know if there's really a plant called the Roman Catholics, but I thought that was pretty funny.
That's a plant that refuses to change. Yeah,
there you go.
I grew up Catholic. Yeah, that's funny.
You know, you've heard the joke that do you know how many Catholics it takes to change a light bulb?
What?
The answer is change.
Right? Yeah, nah. Change. That's so funny. Yeah, the typical Wyoming guy that we're talking about on this Black Friday, when we're all told to go shop, we're going to shop a uniquely Wyoming way, because in Wyoming we found ourselves in a giant fishbowl with not that many fish, and we didn't just get put there. We intentionally jumped into the bowl. And we think we're somebody. We're small but mighty. Some gifts that are uniquely Wyoming. Bill Sniffen in his latest article points out there's many places you can go. Artists, many artists. You can buy a product of our artist, Cody Jackson. They both have a thriving art scene. We got artists in this state.
Oh yeah, and even in the smallest towns, and you know, I'm thinking there's a pottery store in Jeffrey City. I don't know if it's any good, but you drive by, there's a big sign. But you know, it's just there's just a lot of things. I was looking. I've got my column here.
Chocolate. There's a chocolatier in Mitford you might know about. That could make a gift.
Yep, and there's all that chugwater chili kind of things.
Yes.
And, let me look here. I was promoting the bookstores at Wyoming. Boy, I tell you, you've got a wonderful one in Thermop called The Storyteller, and one in Cody called Legends. And Wheatland has two of them, Wandering Hermit, and then the Interstate Convenience Store is just full of books. But I'll tell you, Mr. D's and Lander. But there's But I heard in my column, I mentioned the Meadowlark, which is an unbelievable store in Riverton, but I heard maybe they might be closing. I sure hope they don't. But I like the idea of shopping locally. And in fact, there's a store in Lander going out of business, I think, called 23 Squared. That's got all kinds of Wyoming stuff in it, and that'd be a great chance to buy some uniquely Wyoming things. But I tell you what, being a retailer today is not easy.
Yeah.
And another reason that I love to support them, because they're giving their all and providing a very valuable service, and doggone Amazon, and they just make it so easy that, oh, geez, you just make click, and you're done. And it's so hard on the local guys when you think of all the work they have to go through to do their stuff. But and again, as a local newspaper owner, which we were for 30 years, those guys were our bread and butter. So I've always felt a real loyalty to them because I saw how hard they work and how dedicated they were. And that's just, there's kind of a dying breed. A great friend of mine named Jerry Kinsler up in Riverton. I think he's in his 80s now, and I think he's selling his store out called Jerry's Flour and Things, but he's been there for 30, 40 years. Doggone it. And you know what's brutal? What's really brutal is that January, February, March, April, and May dead spot. If you're in retail, and like I say, we were calling on these people to sell them ads during those times, and man, you'd go in and you could hear your voice echo because the people. It's cold and it's dark and it's snowy, and here they're keeping the lights on, trying to serve the community. It's that can be a very hard on your spirit,
So many challenges facing these small mom and pop boutique retail places, increasing rent on Main Street. The mall was supposed to have killed all the shops, and now the mall's dead. And then it was the big box Walmarts. They were going to kill all the mom and pops, and now there's Amazon. Been many, many monsters to slay, for sure. Dragons to slay if you're a small mom and pop. So give them some love, encourage them on this Black Friday. Do it local. If you're in Wyoming, it's a chance to go see your friends and neighbors. If you're not in Wyoming, hopefully your local retailer has pivoted to some online ways to sell and still make that gift uniquely Wyoming.
Yeah, most of them have, luckily. I know when I list all these people in my column, they all have a website, and so they can make it almost as easy as Amazon. So even if you don't want to go down, you can support your local guys.
Well, we got a bear expert coming up, Kim Titchener up there in Canada, and she's going to try to unravel why a bear would attack 20 kids. 4th, 5th graders were attacked by a bear up there in Canada. This is rare. Bears don't normally turn on large groups of people. Insane. But Kim's going to be with us.
Must have been a hungry bear, Jake. So
I don't know.
Potluck.
Bill, thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
We'll see you, Jake. I probably won't be on Friday. I'll let you know.
All right, buddy. Cowboy State Daily Show. Moving along. We'll get Kim Titchener on the show here in just a second. You're going to enjoy.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
We're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Kim Titchener joins us in a moment. She is, we're going to talk to Kim regarding this incident you may have read about in the Cowboy State Daily, grisly mauling of school picnickers in Canada has experts baffled as to why a bear would attack a large group like this. Definitely interesting. We'll get Kim on here and talk about that. Let me find my Zoom room, which is being somewhat fickle today. There she is. Kim Titchener is with us. Kim is a longtime bear expert. She's been in the wildlife conflict reduction arena for quite a while. Cut her teeth in Banff National Park. You know what I said earlier, Kim, is you learned all about, you got book learning on bears, and then you went to Banff and got like real life. There are a few bears in Banff. And Kim is now the founder of Bear Safety and More Inc. She's got something called Hey Bear. First, I want to zero in on this incident that we've been talking about, Kim. I just got you still scratching your head as to why a grizzly would behave so. You don't normally hear of grizzly bear attacks. You know, most of us in Wyoming, we understand a grizzly attacks to defend a food source, defend its cubs, or if it's surprise encounter, it almost always involves one person, one human. If you hike in groups of 2 or 3, the grizzly bear is probably not going to want to challenge that. For a grizz to go out of its way and attack a group of some 20, it's just, what's going on there?
Good question. Yeah, so there's a lot of factors, of course, and a lot that we don't even know at this point. Initially, it even said on the news like 11 people were injured, and that changed to 4 people were injured, 3 of them children, 1 of them a teacher, and some of them in critical condition still, and some of them in severe. So lots of good questions to ask, and you know, in some cases we don't have any answers, but you know, finding out that it's likely a grizzly with cubs, this makes, of course, more sense for a surprise encounter and attack.
Yeah, for sure. So let's talk about the different grizzlies. Now, we have a grizzly bear in Wyoming. We say it acts horrible. The act is horrible, or I don't know. There's different. Now, sometimes they're called Kodiak or brown bear. Are we talking about the same species with this bear, or what is it in Canada if they see a grizzly? Is it the same as ours or
Sure.
different?
Well, the Canadian bears are a little bit more polite. They say please and thank you a lot.
Those Canadians, man, with their manners.
We're always apologizing. The bears are often apologizing. Sorry, sorry, sorry.
Right.
But there's 8 species of bears on the planet, and one of them is the brown bear. In the United States, it's still the same bear as the bear we have here, the brown bear. You guys call them grizzlies, we call them grizzlies. But when you go up into Alaska, we then have this region where they call them the Kodiak, where they've been off on these islands for a while, and genetically they're a little bit different. And if you go to Europe, we call the brown bears European brown bears. And then there's all these subpopulations in like weird places like Italy where they have different names for them. But at the end of the day, they're all brown bears doing what brown bears do.
Got it. Kim, the distinction I use is the Kodiak seem more friendly and less aggressive, because probably my picture of them is they got salmon jumping into their mouth. They have food sources that comes to them. Whereas the Montana and Wyoming grizzlies, they're doing what they can to hunt out a seed or a berry or a moth. I mean, time is tough. So of course they're on edge and a little bit angry.
Yeah, no, you've got a great point there. We call those food stress populations. So bears that live more in mountainous environments, interior environments, away from those coastlines where they have spawning salmon, they are food stress populations. They've got shorter growing season, less food options. They tend not to be as big, but yeah, you're right. Those big, fat, happy bears, they have the time to participate in things like Fat Bear Week. I mean, they got it pretty good.
Yeah, they're not going out of their way to bother a school picnic. Let's get back to this incident, Kim. There was some speculation. I don't know if it comes from you, but this is a tiny coastal community in British Columbia, Canada, where this happened. A female with 2 cubs, thought to have 2 cubs, thought to be a female, attacked a group of about 20. And there was speculation perhaps it could have been made worse or spurred on by the actions of kids who we know when you encounter a bear, kids are going to run screaming like they're on fire. And that it may trigger a prey response. Now, I've heard of mountain lion trigger. Mountain lion in California, they see skaters, and to them, someone roller skating, they think, well, that's fast. Someone trying to get away from me, and they will be inclined to attack. Maybe I've heard you could trigger that in a wolf. I have never heard a grizzly bear being triggered by someone running, but you're told not to run in an encounter. So could be.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, when you initially run into a bear or any carnivore, honestly, if you turn and you run, it can cause the instinct of chase. So, being that these were, age, 9, 10-year-olds, a group of teachers, they were all sitting down having lunch. Sounds like it was more of the end of the time of their lunch. So I can imagine some of the kids were probably roaming around a bit. It totally is possible, because they weren't all together on a trail hiking, that when the bear saw people, they probably only saw a couple of them, saw them as a threat. And then, of course, that instinct of running hits for a child. They're going to turn, they're going to run. They're especially going to run towards parents or adults. And it does sound like one of the teachers, or maybe multiple teachers, jumped in to fight the bear. And if it is a defensive bear encounter, number 1, we don't run. Number 2, we don't fight. And then when we do that, you have a bunch of humans running around and people hitting a bear, you're going to get that bear even more upset. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, where are my cubs? I need to protect them. Now I need to fight for my life. And this is not to blame the victims in any way, but it's the perfect storm situation when you have a large group of people, especially when there's children involved.
Yeah, there are certain ways to behave in an encounter with a grizzly bear. I think many Wyomingites have learned what those are, how they differ with a black bear. But certainly, you're encouraged not to fight. In fact, not only not to fight back, this is a grizzly bear. Even any aggressive even looking it in the eye. I mean, you should not appear challenging in any way, because usually the Grizz is content with eliminating a threat, which is you falling down, probably, weak in the knees, or maybe it swats you down. That's usually the extent of an encounter. It's rare a bear will pursue somebody who's not moving, not fighting back, right?
Exactly. And I've done a lot of debriefs, interviews with people who have been attacked by bears over the years in Canada and the United States. And one of the things that really stands out for me is when the victim does stop moving and they lay there and play dead, the bear realizes they're not a threat and then they stop attacking and then they leave. And so survival rates with grizzly bear attacks are actually really high. If we look at worldwide, over 664 cases where people were mauled by grizzly bears, 14% of them died. 14%. Now that's obviously still horrific, but that's because a lot of people do the right thing. They lie down, they play dead. These bears, once they realize you're no longer a threat, they're out of there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a 500-pound animal with weapons like teeth and claws against 180 pounds armed with a GPS. Like it's, and to consider, yes, the numbers, like very rarely do they end in fatalities. Is the bear showing some kind of grace being done with you if you just do the right things? Let's get back to this incident and what's going on this time of year, November, with bears in British Columbia. Now, do they den? What would a typical grizzly bear sow with cubs be doing this time of year? Preparing for some hibernation in Wyoming and Montana.
Absolutely.
Why wasn't this bear denned up already? Weather's been extendedly good, so maybe not yet.
I think, the weather is definitely a part of that. I know in late September, early October, I was out on the coastline with 2.7 million salmon that were coming up the river, and I couldn't see a bear in sight. I'm like, where are all the bears? Went and walked into the bush and climbed up a mountain. There's piles of berries and bear poop. So the bears were still feeding on that food source, not coming down into those areas to feed on salmon. So climate change, these shifts in weather, they also shift vegetation patterns, and it's going to shift bear denning periods too. So we will see bears, going into their dens later, especially when we have these warmer weathers that we're experiencing. Even here where I am in Banff National Park, we still have grizzly bears roaming around. We just actually had an attack 2 days ago. So they seem to not be going to bed. But normally, end of November, I'd say, oh yeah, they're all in their dens. They're sleeping. Maybe a couple large males might be still roaming around, but this is unusual to see a lot of them are still out.
Yeah. Kim, tell us what you're doing now. I want to know more about, I just stopped in at Hey Bear. I want to know more about Bear Safety and More Inc. What are you doing these days now?
Sure. Well, I do work with lots of different organizations and sometimes do offer bear safety stuff. So that's what those Hey Bear folks are about. But my company, you can find us at bearsafety.com. What we do is we offer bear and wildlife safety training, bear spray training, and we work with government agencies. We teach communities, recreationists, and we work a lot with industry. So I work with oil and gas, forestry, construction, railway, guiding operations on the coastlines that are bringing people by boat into some of these remote wilderness areas in Southeast Alaska, companies that are doing forestry and carbon offsetting in places like Southeast Alaska, where they're dropping a crew of guys off, in the middle of the wilderness with hundreds and hundreds of bears. And they have to have training. Like they have to know what to do in case they encounter these animals. So that's what we do.
And a great amount of potential fatal or injurious bear conflict can be avoided if you just arm yourself with some knowledge. This bear-human conflict, we're going to see more and more of it. We're encroaching on bear habitat, bear population, especially grizzly, under protection rights. We're seeing more and more grizzly. So it's going to happen. We got to be smart, headed on a swivel with awareness of how bears think a little bit. We can live with them. They're not an animal that's looking to come hunt us down. They'd rather not have anything to do with us if we just were smarter about how we share the habitat with them. I think we could reduce a lot of this conflict.
We really could. And, I appreciate your perspective because a lot of people just come from a place of fear. They see all of these incidents happening on the news. And some people are like, we just need to get rid of the bears. We can't live with them. This is too dangerous. But what they don't realize is on a day-to-day basis, they actually are. They're walking through their yard. They're getting off the trail when they hear or they smell you coming down the trail. Millions of people live in grizzly and black bear habitat. And we don't have thousands of people getting attacked a year. We have a handful. very rarely a fatality. So I think you're correct in saying like it's us that needs to change our behavior, and you can be smart when you're out there. There are tons of precautions. You can make noise. You can carry bear spray, and you can keep your kids close. You don't need to let them run ahead on the trail. Like you got to keep an eye on what's important.
Yeah, kids, dogs, things that are going to bring the bear back to you.
Yes.
Yeah, we owe it to ourselves. It's our responsibility. If you're going to choose to live in the Rocky Mountain West, that just comes inherent with some bear knowledge. You're living in bear country. So, yeah, it's up to us to get better informed. We can do it on places like bearsafety.com. Check out what Kim Titchener has there. One thing on you mentioned some of the things you can do. I personally don't do the make noise theory when I'm out and about with hiking. I don't want to alert. I want to see a bear, honestly, but I want to do it the right way. I want to make sure I see the bear before the bear sees me at a pretty good distance. But I don't do the bells, but I do carry, just in case something got terrible. I do have bear spray and I do have a firearm. And I know there's many in Wyoming that prefer one or the other. It's rare to find someone who will carry both and be ready to use both. Some swear by firearms, saying the bear spray won't do anything, and some say no. There is anecdotal evidence. There's real evidence, empirical data showing that the bear spray is a deterrent. And when it comes to your ability to aim anything at a bear, if that encounter happens, boy, I'd rather have something that throws a wide cloud of smoke. I don't know. What is your personal preference? What do you teach? Should a bear encounter, should you miss all the signs that a bear is going to be in your very near future and it gets to me, bear, and not a whole lot of ground between us, what do you do?
Yeah, I definitely encourage people that do carry a firearm to carry bear spray as well, because the reality is a lot of the times these incidents are very close range. There's a lot of thick bush around you. That bear is maybe 16 feet or less away, and they can be running at you at like 45 miles per hour. So, I mean, how many of us go to the shooting range and have some kind of setup where we can go through a scenario like that and get a kill shot? Like, it's crazy town to think that that's a possibility, that we're going to be, stress inoculated, able to shoot to kill, get a shot off like that. Like, it's not that possible. So I really encourage people to carry both. If you encounter a bear, the first thing you want to do is pull out your bear spray. And if you are with other people, back away slowly, get the safety off. I realize some people will be carrying a firearm, but I really encourage you to get that bear spray out too, because we have found that more people are able to use bear spray effectively to stop an attack than they are with a firearm. I've had several friends try to shoot at bears and miss or maim them and then be severely mauled. So it hasn't worked out great. Or even shoot the person they're with by accident, or not even get it out at all. And then just slowly back away, give that animal space. And if they do come towards you and they are defensive, they've got a food source, they've got cubs with them, and they're showing lots of aggression, you're going to spray them with your bear spray. If you don't have bear spray, you're going to drop to the ground and play dead.
And Kim, also this time of year, as bears are in their calorie craze to put on weight, to get into hibernation, they're not thinking great. Also in the spring, when they wake up, they're a little hangry.
Yes, they are. Yeah, it's tough when they've just woken up and there's not a lot of great food sources. So they're moving around a lot. They're trying to find things to feed. So for us, we have to be thinking like, what are bears even going to be eating at the different times of years that we're out there? And, in the springtime, for those in places like Wyoming, you've got to think about the calving season, that there could be bears going and feeding on elk calves. They could be feeding on moose calves, or even going into areas where they go after cattle and the calving there. So for livestock producers, it's not a fun time of year for them either, right? They're walking their land and then finding a bear feeding on a cow it's pretty scary. So you've got to be watching for signs of activity like that.
You can increase your odds of never making that encounter happen just by being more aware. I heard somebody the other day, very positive feedback, similar to driving down the road and seeing that one elk run across the road ahead of you and thinking, oh, good, I missed that elk. It got across the road. Whereas the smart people say, where's his friends? And they're ready for the next elk to come across. Like, that's awareness. And that you learn from experience, you learn from others. Similar to a bear thing, I heard somebody say the other day that they saw a cub and their first instinct wasn't, oh, look at that cute cub. It's small. It doesn't present any threat. No, they said, Mom is nearby. I'm backing out of this scenario. That stuff we have to all learn, huh, Kim?
Yes. Yeah. We have to be thinking about, these are definitely things. And I think the tendency these days, especially for tourists, is they see a bear, they take up their phone, right? They're like, oh man, I got to get this on video. I could be on YouTube with this cool experience, but then they lose their depth perception. They're not thinking about, how dangerous that situation actually is. Yeah. Influencers become food in the Rocky Mountain West very quickly. Kim Titchener trying to make sense of why a bear would turn on some 20 picnickers. That is rare. I'm not heard of bears making an aggressive attack like that on so many. Hopefully, Kim, you learn some more details, maybe figure things out on why this happens, because it is unusual for a bear. And thanks for everything you're doing. Bearsafety.com. Find that. That's Kim Titchener's online presence. Kim, thanks for joining us. Thank you so much for having me. Take care. You too. Let's take a quick break of the Cowboy State Daily Show. One final break this hour, and we'll be right back with more. Thanks for making us a part of your day.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
We roll along on a finally Friday, back to work Friday, Brown Friday, Black Friday. It's Friday. Thanks for making us a part of your day. Get out there and do your duty. Start shopping, spur the economy along, and try to do it local if you can. Here's what's going on this day in history throughout time, November 28th. Go back to 1872, the great diamond hoax of guess what? 1872 was exposed by geologist Clarence King. He issued his opinion that a diamond prospect that had been securing prominent national interest had been salted. Salting the mine, the great diamond hoax of 1872. Did that take place? That couldn't have been in Wyoming. Wyoming's not known for being a particularly diamondy kind of place. That happened in two Kentucky grifters. California stage was said. San Francisco Chronicle story in 1872. The Great Swindle, the Diamond Hoax, the Bonanza that never was. 2 con men and 4 investors duped by the Great Diamond Hoax arrived to inspect the so-called diamond fields in the Red Desert. Oh, so it was does have Wyoming implications. Yeah, there's diamonds in them there sand dunes in the Red Desert. There is sand. Honest, some of the largest sand dune expanses can be found in Wyoming's Red Desert. Kilpecker Dunes, there's fascinating stuff, but there's probably not diamonds. If you find any, let me know. But the 1872 notion there were diamonds, that was all busted by geologist Clarence King, who this day issued his opinion. It's all a hoax. 1890 this day, the McKinnon Strip Contest settled in favor of Buffalo. This was a land contest of a sort, but our historian, where I get this information, can't remember the details, which causes me to yet again put Siri on the job and research what, it's not hard, dude. It's like this guy wrote this stuff before the invention of Siri. We just look it up instead of making me do it. But we do have 10 minutes to kill before the top of the hour. Wyoming was then a very new state, granted statehood July 10th, 1890. So we're talking about this day in history, 1890. We were barely a state for what? 5 months, 5-month-old state. There was a fight over who owned a strip of land that would become was known then as the McKinney Strip. And both the city of Buffalo and the Department of Interior claimed this strip of land as their own. Can you imagine tiny little Buffalo up against the feds, Department of Interior? The Buffalo Horn Sentinel back in the day, February 9th, 1889, wrote a story about it. It is rather lengthy, but, spoiler alert, we'll cut to the end. The Buffalo Bulletin on December 4th, 1890 would announce the city wins McKinney Strip contest settled at last, and Buffalo beat the Department of Interior and took possession of a strip of land that on this day was settled, 1890. And on December 4th, everyone knew about it because of the Buffalo Sentinel at the time. I don't know if that would go on to become the Buffalo Bulletin we know today or whether that was a different paper. See, we learned something there. I did not know about the McKinney Strip. Maybe you did. 1912, this day, Governor Carey declares the day of a day of public thanksgiving and praise to our Lord. His words, Carey's words. Thanksgiving Day today, 1912. 1914. The New York Stock Exchange reopened for the first time since July. Boy, you think that would ever happen again at this day and age? A closure of the New York Stock Exchange for how many months? July, August, September, October, November, 4.5 months. The crisis leading up to World War I and uncertainties caused the closure of the New York Stock Exchange, 1914. Bonds could still be traded, but I think stocks all trading of stocks was halted in the New York Stock Exchange for some 4 or 5 months in 1914. This day, 1917, the cornerstone was laid for the Platte County Library. You can find that in Wheatland. I do not know if it is still there. Does anybody know? Give me a shout out on the Facebooks. You can text us. We do have more than one listener in the Wheatland area, so maybe you know. I'll post the phone number up here again, 307-999-TALK. Anytime you want to text us, let us know the answer to some elusive question, which could be most questions for me are the elusive answers. 307-999-8255. You shoot me a text if the Wheatland Platte County Library is still there, still open in Wheatland. They laid the cornerstone for that building in 1917 on this day. Earthquake near Lander, this day, 1924. William Coe made a substantial donation to the Buffalo Bill Museum in Codium this day in 1927. We were just talking about the rationing that took place in World War II era. This day, 1942, coffee rationing went into effect in the United States. November 28th, 1954, Ed Crippa completed his term as the appointed senator from Wyoming, filling out the balance of Lester Hunt's term until he was elected. Until an election could be held. It was Crippa who took Hunt's seat on this day, 1954. 1960, Hugo Gerhard Jansen, an early Wyoming photographer, died in Lovell on this day, 1960. Hugo Jansen, noted photographer, dies this day in Lovell, 1960. And on this day, 1989, the Newport News Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company in Newport News wins the contract to build what would become the USS Cheyenne. All these things happen on this day in history, November 28th. Let's rodeo a little bit, see what our friends are doing to the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today on the show, the great Donnie Gay, the greatest of all time, an 8-time world champion bull rider. Nobody's ever done that. 71 years old now. He is the analyst for the Cowboy Channel. He's got some insight on the bull riding and the mental strain it is for 10 days. We talk bull riding on the Rodeo Road Show. Coming up next, Will Rasmussen and Donnie Gay. Stay close.
Join us for the Stevenson's Diamond Dot Fall Production Sale December 1st at the ranch south of Hobson, Montana. This outstanding offering of Angus cattle includes 240 bull calves, 95 coming 2-year-old bulls, 82 registered females, 8 embryo lots, and over 950 commercial females. With 65 years of experience in the Angus breed, you are sure to find the right bull or female to fit your program. Sale starts at 12 noon on December 1st. For more information, go to stevensonsdiamonddot.com.
CattleCon 2026 heads to the heart of Nashville, February 3rd to the 5th. Music City is the place to be for the largest cattle industry event of the year, offering education, networking, and fun. Plus, you can check out the huge NCBA trade show, outstanding entertainment, and more. Go where the beef industry meets. CattleCon 2026 in Music City, downtown Nashville, February 3rd to the 5th. Visit convention.ncba.org for more.
Talk bull riding here at Vegas, and I was just looking at the top 15 in the world that we're going to chat about a little bit, and you know, it's from above, it looks like a 4-man race, although with the amount of money that you can win in Vegas, we know it's anybody's game. But Wasey Shala's number 1 by about 2,400 over Stetson Wright, and he is ahead of Kai Hamilton by about 30,000, and Tristan Hutchings is right in there as well. Talk about a bird's eye view of the bull riding this year at the National Finals Rodeo.
I believe it has the design to be maybe one of the most exciting, because not only are you vying for the world championship in the bull riding. You're vying for winning the national finals rodeo, which in my mind is it's not second to the world championship. It's right beside it. If you've won the national finals, you've loudly declared you're one of the very best in the business, because not only is it a physical challenge, it may be the biggest mental 10-day challenge that you'll ever go through.
Donnie Gay on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show. Thank you, Will, for the info on the bull riding. I'm looking at the NFR standings for bull riding. This can't be bull riding, because where is... I got to find out more, because I'm looking for our friend Wasey Shallow, who was featured in a Cowboy State Daily article. Wasey Shallow, what it's like to be the world's top-ranked bull rider. Bull riders have been coming to Cheyenne Front Deer Days for close to a century. Zachary Sontag wrote the story on Wasey Shallow, who, if you saw him in everyday life, you'd tell him to get back into school. Why aren't you behind a desk somewhere? He looks so young. Wasey came and rode a bull at the Jackson Hole Rodeo over the summer. He was on his way to and from some big rodeo, high-paying gigs. And what a treat to see one of the top bull riders in the country, 19 years old, come and ride one of the bulls at one of the Wilson bulls at Jackson Hole Rodeo. He's so good. Of course, he got to the 8 seconds. I mean, it wasn't even a challenge. He is something. I want to see where he sits in the standings. We'll talk about him and whatever else comes to mind in the next hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. So good having you along with us this morning. Time for top of the hour news. We'll catch you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. CHAPS, located in Sheridan, is Wyoming's only dual-accredited equine therapy center. Cowboy State Daily's Amber Steinmetz reports that its horses help military veterans, kids, and others find healing.
They just got dual certification for their equine assisted therapy facility, and they're the only program in the state that is dual certified. There's certain programs that have one through Path International, and then there's others through this CHA, and they decided that they wanted both to show that they have strict safety standards and that they're doing their best and that their programs are the best for the people who come there.
CHAPS was established in 2003 as an adaptive riding program in Sheridan to serve children and adults with special needs. Now, over the years, the program has expanded to helping people who have been diagnosed with autism to PTSD and many in between. Leadership Wyoming recently celebrated its 25th anniversary in Laramie with a showing of about 500 graduates. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the program is shaping Wyoming's next wave of pioneers and leaders.
Leadership Wyoming started with a couple of innovative leaders who were just looking at a way to bring professional people in the state together. Josh Miller, who's one of the Leadership Wyoming board members, he said very plainly that he thinks Leadership Wyoming is the most important organization in the history of Wyoming because it brings so many disparate professionals together, and they're united by a common love of Wyoming and wanting to know what they can do to enhance life and progress in the state.
It was standing room only at the Marion H. Rochelle Gateway Center in Laramie for Leadership Wyoming's 25th anniversary celebration. Nearly 500 graduates from the last 25 years, including at least one person from every class since 2001. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org. and help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Although the Thanksgiving holiday might be a time of food, football, and family for many people, there is a price to pay for the festivity. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines does a deep dive and discovers that Brown Friday is real, and it's the busiest day of the year for many Wyoming plumbers.
There is some of the stereotypical brown involved, but mostly what it is, the biggest problem, is people pouring grease down their drains. They say they see that over and over again. People, the grease from like the pan that the turkey was in, people dump that down the drain thinking, oh, it'll dissipate. No, it doesn't. As soon as it cools off, it congeals into a horrific blob and just clogs up the pipes. And it's one of the busiest days for plumbers.
Independent plumber Sean Haight of Gillette tells Cowboy State Daily that he has seen the runny remains of a Turkey Day feast end up in a home's laundry drainage lines, creating a backwash of truly hideous byproduct. He recommends the old-fashioned way your grandmother disposed of grease: pour it in a tin can, wrap it up in a plastic bag, and throw it in the garbage. The meaning of Thanksgiving takes on a deeper meaning for the clients and volunteers at the Wyoming Rescue Mission in Casper. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag met people who are working through trauma and addiction and said they have much to be thankful for.
There is an entire network of people that are out there trying to help others get back on their feet. And I talked to a couple really amazing folk who have had just monumental turnarounds after serious hardships, serious tragedy, major trauma that has been taking place in some instances over the course of a lifetime.
Cheryl Hackett is the director of development for the mission and says that what people don't realize is that the mission does all of this without government funding. They rely on volunteers and donations. 10-month-old Basil Daly was last seen in Washakie County on November 16th. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the baby is thought to be with his non-custodial mother, Madeline Daly, who took him against court orders. Desperate to find the child, his father is asking for the public's help.
A felony warrant for interference is being processed right now for her arrest. They have no idea where she is.
Authorities say they have not issued an Amber Alert because they don't believe the 10-month-old child is in imminent danger. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family. So I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back here in the final hour of the show with Mac Watson. Mac, can you hear the music?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I can.
Because I tweaked my Zoom room, which we may call the Corral, or we may wait for sponsorship naming. That would be more lucrative.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah, absolutely.
The AT&T Corral, yeah.
Yeah, or the Ace Hardware Corral, or the Ace Hardware Stable for Cowboy State Daily's morning show. That'd be great.
Dude, I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah.
What happened yesterday with you? Did you ingest lots of tryptophan? Although the scientists have debunked that, saying that's not what makes you sleepy.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I as we age, if we are of a certain age.
Speak for yourself, Mac.
I know how to pace myself.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I know what I can and cannot have. I know that, so my brother and sister-in-law come over and, you know, we all sit around, and my sister-in-law was actually joking that she wore her fat pants, as she calls them.
Yeah.
Basically, they're sweatpants. They don't have a belt, or they don't have a button, or whatever. And I said, I just don't do that anymore. What I do is I pace myself, because there are certain foods, and you may know this, Jake, there are certain foods that are better the next day. So I have a little of what is going to be better the next day. And so I gorge on certain things, but not other things, because you're always going to have leftovers. So I pace myself. So we'll be having turkey sandwiches for like the next week and a half. The potatoes, the mashed potatoes will probably be gone by Saturday afternoon, because my daughter loves mashed potatoes. But, we just I kind of pace myself where everybody else is at the table in a food coma. I'm the only one that's actually lucid.
Yeah, well, you're better man than I. I don't have that kind of self-constraint. But if you did concentrate on tomorrow's turkey sandwich, you're right. Turkey sandwich with cranberry Miracle Whip. Ooh, the sandwich is sometimes better than the actual meal you had a day ago. Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely.
I like that. The reason we're sleepy, though, scientists say, tryptophan is an amino acid that can get your serotonin going, which can make you feel happy and sleepy. But it's more the overindulging and the boring football games on that. If you can make it to halftime of a Detroit Lions game, then you must be on amphetamines.
Yeah, I mean, all of the games, and I don't mean, I'm not disparaging anybody's team, but what you knew the Kansas City Chiefs weren't going to win that game early on. You knew that they didn't have the juice to finish that game. And then the Ravens, it used to be in the AFC North, the Ravens and the Steelers.
Yeah.
The Browns now have a shot at winning. Joe Burrow and the Bengals are doing well for the past number of years, and the Ravens look lost. They really do.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Kansas City's done. I think Denver's going to really dominate that division, which is great because I'm a big Bo Nix fan. But my Baltimore Ravens just disappointed the heck out of me, which I do not understand. And I've talked about this with people. Lamar Jackson is one of the most frustrating players I have ever seen. He is brilliant and then makes these boneheaded plays. I don't know whether you saw the interception where he just kind of bobbled the ball and kind of passed it like the mashed potatoes at the dinner table last night, and passed it to the Bengals player who, what are you doing? What are you doing? So it's very frustrating. But yeah, Kansas City.
That was a good game.
I mean, they're not Kansas City of old.
No, and that we've been saying that it feels like a turning point, and yesterday was yet another proof of the passing of the torch. The Chiefs are done, I think.
Yeah,
Dallas. Wow.
I don't know if they'll even make the wild card now, because I don't understand the numbers. I was never good in math, but I don't understand the Steelers and the Ravens were, up and down with the heading the AFC North. They're only like 6-5 or something like that. So they could be a wild card because of the division race. But then some of these teams, like the Broncos, are like 9-2 or something like that. Okay, they deserve to be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Some of these lower tiered teams, I don't even think the Kansas City Chiefs make it, because I think now they're lopsided. Are they 5-6? I think. I could be wrong, but I'll have to look that up. But they are not the Kansas City Chiefs of a year, 2-3 years ago.
6-6. But yeah,
okay, so they're even now. They're not lopsided. They're even. Okay, they're even.
Yeah,
but that is not a division you can be even in, because if the Broncos are 9-2. Hello.
They got a tough roll. They have a huge game with the Lions, who are ahead of them for that last wild card spot, I think. So the next game, Chiefs-Lions, that'll be a big game. Meanwhile, Dallas, with that win last night, has now beaten the both teams in the Super Bowl last year within a week. Golly.
And then and tonight, you have football tonight, I think on Prime. The Bears. I saw the Bears record, and I was like, "What? Wait a minute! Wait, we're talking about the Bears. What is this?"
They're pretty good. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they're doing really well this year.
Yeah, can't make sense of it.
No. Which is good in some ways because I know that there are some fans that like dynasties. The Steelers, the Patriots, they enjoy dynasty, or the Chiefs, if you want to call them that. But I always like as long as the games are good, as long as the games are competitive, I don't mind, a Tampa Bay coming out of nowhere and making a run. I don't mind if the Lions, the Lions have been doing really well for the past couple of years. I don't mind that. Do I want to see the Chiefs win for another 10 years? No, not really. Not really. I'm not really a dynasty guy. I just want the games to be good. And yesterday, those games weren't good. I mean, unless you were a Bengals fan or, whatever. But those games were not competitive, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, the Lions, you never felt like the Lions were in it. I felt the Dallas-Kansas City game was good. I felt you all along said you felt like the Chiefs are never going to win this.
Is a waste.
Yeah, I still, knowing that Dallas has blown games this year, I'm like,
true.
You know what? Mahomes could still pull this off.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the juice like he used to.
Yeah, you've said that. So you thought, you knew it was a done deal. You were snoring by the third quarter.
I thought early on, again, it's that you can't put your finger on it, right? There are just certain teams that can march down the field, and when they need to score, they'll score. I never felt that yesterday with the Chiefs, and I didn't feel it the week before. We talked about it the week before.
Yeah.
They have lost that competitive edge of, it's like a grandma and a new mom. New mom picks up the baby, and the baby starts crying. The new mom's like, I don't know. Grandma comes over, doesn't say a word, pops the kid on the butt, puts it on her shoulder, baby falls asleep. The Chiefs used to be grandma. They just used to take care of their business. They didn't have to be loud about it and just march down the field. Not anymore.
And it was the first time I saw Chiefs players looking kind of discouraged at the whole thing, especially their defense. Dallas hung 31 on them. Not that their defense has always been great. They've not needed a defense, but I saw the defensive players just shaking their head, looking at each other like, hey, how could you let that guy get away?
Right.
Like, first time we're seeing chinks in the armor for sure.
Yeah. And I don't know, because Andy Reid is usually pretty good at the details.
Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to, the secret of Belichick, the secret of, Vince Lombardi. Vince Lombardi back in the day would literally start every training camp with, gentlemen, this is a football, and would go over the dimensions and go over how much air pressure you needed. I mean, he would go by the basics and the details. Andy Reid's like that too, and he learned from Bill Parcells. So I don't know what they don't look like they have the details down, and that's odd for an Andy Reid team.
That's funny you bring up one of the old school coaches, because that's my pet peeve on coaches today, whether it's Bill Belichick's hoodie that looks like he hasn't washed it in 3 months, or that kid from Miami Dolphins who's rocking like the
McDaniel
the capri pants,
capri pants,
dude. Your pants got to go all the way to the shoe.
Yeah, come on.
This is certainly not the Landry era of football, where Tom Landry with the nice overcoat and the hat, always with the fedora. And a salute to Landry last night. The Dallas Cowboys, when on those last 3 took a knee plays, they had the linemen do that thing they did back in the 70s, 80s, where they went. What? Do you remember when the Dallas Cowboy offensive line used to go down like in a 3-quarter position?
Oh, yes.
Then they would rise up and go down into their full squat. That Tom Landry had them do that for whatever reason. I forgot that. They did that as a tribute to Landry on that. They don't do it. You never see the Cowboys do it anymore. But if you go back and watch a highlight from the days of Roger Staubach, you saw the offensive line do that weird. They all stood up and then they all went down.
Yeah.
That was a Landry thing. They did it last night in the final plays where they took a knee. It was pretty cool.
And they also, I think on every broadcast, they mentioned John Madden. And I really was kind of like getting teared up. I hate to admit it, but he was a force of nature, and he's been gone way too long from the broadcast booth that now you start having nostalgia for John Madden and how entertaining. I mean, the guy forgot more football than I'll ever know, But he was just so entertaining and such a, I don't want to say he wasn't an everyman because he wasn't. He was a football coach that was obsessed with football. You know, that's not everybody, but he made it. And him and Pat Summerall were like the best two people to put together in that booth. That I am just, last night I was like, oh, I do miss Madden. I do miss the turducken or, the constant references to Brett Favre and all that kind of stuff. I miss that. I really did.
Yeah. And Madden redefined the role of a color man. You know, you think there was the play-by-play guy. He's your Abbott Costello. He's Abbott. He gives it to you straight. It's up to the color guy at pre-Madden to explain the X's and O's of what just happened. What is this team trying to do? What might they do? Like Tony Romo, the way he calls plays before they happen is crazy.
Oh, yeah. And then gets excited when he's like, look, Jim, look. Oh, wow, this is
Told you they were going to run it to the right. Madden broke the mold. He would just go wacky things like, and look at this guy here. Boom. Boom. He looks like, that looks like it hurt. It was just funny that way, man. He'd be like, he did.
Do you remember? I know you're around my age, but do you remember Artie Donovan? You remember that name?
Wait, is that a Raiders
he was an old Baltimore
dude?
Colts player.
Oh, okay,
in the 50s and early 60s, right?
Yeah.
And Artie Donovan was this guy from the Bronx, and he talked like this, and he didn't have a filter, right?
Oh, okay.
So he had 2 games. He was the color analyst for 2 games, and the reason he lost his job was because Artie Donovan went after a guy in the stands who wasn't standing for the national anthem.
Oh.
And on the telecast, and this is infamous in Baltimore history, not that anybody cares, but this is infamous that, Artie Donovan stood up for the country and stood up for the flag. And who was this hippie who is, this beatnik that wouldn't stand for and he lost his job. He could have been great, but he just went a little too far.
Cost Artie his job before he could collect his first paycheck.
Exactly.
The second week on the gig. Yeah, Howard Cosell had a little non-filter as well, cost him his gig.
Yeah, but he was more of an agitator.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he was, he had an ego the size of Wyoming.
Yeah.
But he was more of an agitator and more of a I'm smarter than you, kind of smarmy kind of guy. And then of course you put Dandy Don in the booth with him and Frank Gifford. You've got the I can't say the word on the broadcast, but you've got that 3 triumvirate that makes a great morning show. You've got the guy that everybody loves to hate. You've got the deer who's usually, I just love it when he or she says blah blah blah. And then you've got like the stoic like grandpa. That was Cosell.
Yeah.
Dandy Don and Frank Gifford would be like, oh, that's a great play. And you remember they've dropped the ball in the first quarter on the same play. He's the old man. He's grandpa at the table going, you know what, guys, you're not, in my day, blah, blah, blah. And that's what made it great. That's what made it great.
Well, I'm glad we're still remembering John Madden every Thanksgiving.
I am too.
And because that guy, he was just so funny. And his love for football came through. That's what it was. He just loved football, man.
Absolutely.
And he loved turkey. Yeah.
He did like to eat. You're right. And do you remember he would never fly?
Yeah,
he had the Madden bus. Remember the Madden bus?
Yeah.
And that became an institution that if you saw the Madden bus on the highway, people would honk and stuff like that. And he loved it. Loved it.
Yeah. Madden refused to fly. So if he was doing a Monday night game on the West Coast and he had the Giants next, he better get on the road. I gotta go.
You had to give him at least 3 to 4 days for him to get there. He's not going to fly in the same day.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, what's in the news lately you've been enjoying? Cowboy State Daily.
Oh, I can't. I was getting emotional again. Zach Sontag wrote that story about the Casper mission.
Yeah.
That woman from Arkansas that has gone through so much.
Dude.
And then of all places winds up in Casper to a community that embraces her and hopefully can support her to get her back on her feet. Oh, my goodness. Zach just does a great job with those kinds of stories.
Zach did a great job. He puts the human touch to a mission, the Wyoming Rescue Mission, on at Thanksgiving. That's the story, but he adds the human element, the touch, and he tells the story through Crystal Neal, who is the poster child for There But for the Grace of God Go I.
Yes.
It could happen
Yes.
to anyone. Crystal Neal had a fiance. She was living a regular life. Fiance killed in a car accident. Then she gets in an accident. Then she loses her farm home to a fire, an arson fire. I mean, one tragedy after another. She wouldn't have never expected to find herself in Casper at the mission, but she's there
But then
today.
she decided to come to Wyoming, and didn't the person who brought her ditch her?
Yeah, the person
So
who
she's
brought
all by
her,
herself.
he went to jail. I mean, like,
That's it. Yeah.
I'm like, Crystal, what did you do to become Job in the Old Testament? Like, God is against you for a period of time. My goodness, she was being tested. I think all to get her to big, wonderful Wyoming. Thank goodness she's here now. But what a story from Zach. I love it.
Yeah, it was great. And I loved Mark Hines' story on Brown Friday.
Yeah.
Because I went down a very different road. And,
Me
and
too.
he's like, nope, that's not it. That's not it. But it's true, though. I mean, our grandmas, they knew what they were doing when they were disposing of, kitchen stuff. When you pour that grease from the turkey down the drain, it can wind up in places in your plumbing you don't want it to be,
Yeah.
So don't pour that turkey grease down the drain.
Dude, I learned that the hard way before I read Mark's story. Mark, that story gets every Thanksgiving, that story is regurgitated or recycled from Mark.
Okay.
But back when he wrote that, when I first saw it, I thought it's because everybody, they overate on Thanksgiving.
There you go.
And they're on the toilet for like an hour. That's not
There's
what we're
distress,
talking about.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, stories like that. And of course, we've got, my goodness, the energy stories, the missing person stories. Jen Coker does such a good job with the missing person stories. There's always something for everybody on Cowboy State Daily, which is why I love working here, because, Andrew Rossi is the king of the weird and the obscure and the slices of life that you would never expect. Jackie Dorothy does a great job with history. She wrote a great story about one of the most rarest books, not just in Wyoming, but maybe in the country, because when the book came out back in the 1800s, there was a movement to destroy it. As soon as it got off the press, they were like, no, bring your books. We're going to burn them.
Yep. It painted cattle barons of the day in a poor light. It was all part of that.
It was
Johnson
the Johnson County War. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fascinating to learn. I didn't know about that book. I've not come across the Asa Mersa's Banditti of the Plains, 1894. If you can find it today, it's a rarity.
Oh, if you can find a first edition, it's worth thousands of dollars. Absolutely. And then her story, I wanted to call BS on it, but she's a reporter. She does her job. Thanksgiving, you used to dress up in costumes for Thanksgiving, and children were encouraged to run wild and ask for candy. Boy, that sounds a lot like Halloween. But Jackie found newspaper articles, newspaper accounts from the 1880s up to about the 1930s of you were expected to dress up in some kind of costume for Thanksgiving. So what happened to all the pilgrims and the pumpkin pie and the turkey? It was more of a Halloween tradition, but nobody knows why it started and nobody knows why it ended. So I thought that was really interesting too, that nobody can figure, because I swear, and I don't know about you, Jake, my grandparents, I never remember them talking about that. You know how they would, reminisce at the dinner table when we were kids and talk about the good old days, blah, blah, blah. Stuff that I do now. I never heard them talk about, we would dress up in costume and we would do this for Thanksgiving. I don't remember any of that.
No, I was inclined to call bunk on that as well. But Jackie Dorothy, she'll show you the newspaper articles, how we once considered and celebrated Thanksgiving. It was a lot different. Looked like a month prior.
Right.
Halloween.
So my question was, what do we do on October 31st?
Yeah.
What did we do then? Have turkey? No. No. I mean, that'd be ridiculous.
I don't know. That's interesting. Renee Jean had a story that starts with the words no snow. And I'm thinking, Renee's not normally the weather person. That sounds like Andrew Rossi. But Renee takes the business angle on things as our economy business person. And snow in Jackson Hole and other places in Wyoming, snow equals money. You better know it.
Right. And for the past number of years, you know, because where I live in Cody, Sleeping Giant, Red Lodge up in Montana, they are either not opening, period, or they're opening after Christmas. And so that's 2 solid months of no business. Yeah. So that's pretty interesting, too, that Renee Jean basically wrote that story that Jackson's three resorts or 3 ski areas, there's nothing on the ground. And and I didn't know this either. And she's great at science stuff. She's really smart. You cannot make snow. You cannot wholly manufacture snow with a snow gun unless you have some snow. Because as soon as the snow hits the ground from the snow gun, guess what? It melts. I didn't know that. Yeah. I just thought literally, you just take a snow gun, you just paint the side of the mountain or whatever. No, you have to have some kind of little base there as insulation, and then you can build on it. So if you don't have anything, you can't even have, a snow gun operate, which I didn't know.
Yeah, that ground's still too warm to hold snow. It's just melting. And the overnight lows just haven't been conducive. So Mother Nature...
supposedly that's going to change.
Yeah.
That's going to change this weekend for all of Wyoming. We're going to go into this, I guess this cold snap, I guess. And I know in my neck of the woods, we're supposed to get some snow, but is it enough to start the snow guns? No.
Yeah.
Not yet. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Is that good for us? We got to hit a first break here. You want to hang around? What do you want to do?
Sure. If you want me to hang around, I certainly can. Yeah, we can talk about other stuff.
Stay here because I think we haven't got to everything yet.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hang.
More to do. More to do with Mac Watson, and we'll be back with that right after this quick break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Nestled between Casper.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
such.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Mac Watson with us, Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday, Brown Friday, Black Friday.
Hey, that's a great point. Do you participate in Black Friday? Because we don't. We don't at all.
Like purposely turn your back on
you
it?
Go to, like you'll wait outside a store to get the best deals at, Ross, TJ Maxx, Best Buy, whatever it is. Because in bigger cities across America, they always have the shot of the line for, at 3 a.m, you've got people in sleeping bags and tents and all that kind of stuff. My wife was never about that. Never. So when Cyber Monday came along, that's when she made the big switch. So she's a Cyber Monday person. She waits for all the deals online. But my sister and my mother, they're old school. They will go about 6 o'clock in the morning and hang out. And I'm like, why? Just go online and do it. Oh no, it's the thrill of the chase or something like that. I don't know that many people that do it anymore.
No, I don't either. And I don't know that's even a way we shop anymore. Those, waiting in a tent, waiting overnight to be the first one in the Walmart so you can get a, $200 65-inch TV. They're $200 every day now. I don't know if there's real. True. I did get a list of legit Black Friday retailing, and JCPenney's topped the list.
Yeah.
As the most deeply discounted. And I think that's an indication JCPenney's is circling the drain.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense because you got to draw the people in. But again, I just don't see the crowds like I used to.
No.
Because like you said, we don't shop that way.
No, I think it's a thing of the past. We don't shop that way. And Black Friday deals are available online, and they're available well before Black Friday. I've been getting notices all week long.
Right. That's the other thing too. If you wait, there are always deals. If you wait or figure out, I don't know if it's the algorithm or how they put them up online or whatever. But like you said, the days of camping out to get a $500 TV, that's a 60, 70-inch TV, those days are gone.
Yeah.
You don't need to do it anymore. But there are still people out there that think and like to get, quote unquote, a deal on Black Friday. God bless you. But I mean, it's kind of moving on from the horse and buggy whip, Yeah. People are buying cars. Sorry.
Places where you're getting the best deals, according to the research we found on Wallet Hub. JCPenney's 74% discounts are real. Overall discount rate, 74%, leads the list by far. Kohl's comes in third. Macy's in the top 5. Home Depot as well. Amazon, the online giant, 29% across the board. Discounts. Target's in the top 10, so is Best Buy, another outlet that's circling the drain. Least amount of reduction, Costco. So don't buy the old Costco Black Friday. You're not really
aren't
getting
they always kind of like,
I think
they brand themselves as the place to get a great deal every day?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's why.
Okay.
The Costco calls today Friday.
Yeah, right.
There's nothing really happening.
Right.
But yeah, Cyber Monday. Is even that a thing anymore? Maybe.
I think so for Christmas. I think so for Christmas.
Yeah.
And it's so easy now that I won't bore you with the details, but my wife wants to get something from IKEA. So she's thinking, oh, do I need to drive to Salt Lake? Do I need to drive down to Denver? Blah, blah, blah. IKEA now delivers to Billings.
Ooh.
You can pick up stuff at IKEA in Billings they've got these distribution centers or like these co-op package centers that they'll deliver it there and you just pick it up. It's so much easier. You don't have to drive or camp out like you used to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't have to do that anymore. So,
and we got to say all this quietly so Bill Sniffen does not hear us. He says we should go out and shop locally just to see our friends and neighbors. You and I are clicking like mad, though. Like, just bought something.
Well, I mean, there's just stuff that my kids want for Christmas that, I'm sorry, Bill, they don't sell it downtown.
I know.
You know, they don't have it here. We got to order it, or whatever.
It's so much easier.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, tell me something. I read your article on that plane crash during the Clinton era.
Yes, sir.
Outside of Jackson. I cannot believe, and this reminds me of the way the guitarist Stevie Ray Vaughan died. They ignored protocols.
Yeah.
How do you ignore protocols when you're flying for the president? How do you ignore that?
I know it.
And it was 29 years ago? 29 years ago they crashed.
Yeah, it was, you're the feds. And honestly, Mac, these are some of the greatest pilots. Like,
right.
You're flying for the feds. You're flying as part of the Secret Service detail team for Clinton. You're handpicked. You're the cream of the crop as far as pilots go. If you're not flying actively for the U.S. Air Force, bombing other countries, then the next tier down is flying dignitaries around or flying details like this. So these are not, crummy pilots. These are the best.
They're not just out of the academy.
And it's because of that, I think, when a local tower in Jackson, Wyoming tells you, look, here's protocol for departing. You go this far and then you bank left. And they're like, yeah, whatever. And they banked early and they did not get altitude. And I think it was basically them kind of we know better. Do you know who we are kind of attitude. And
oh wow.
Yeah.
I remember hearing about that, almost 30 years ago.
Yeah.
But I didn't know the details. I just remember, part of Clinton's, like you said, detail were in a plane crash. And I was like, oh my, that's so awful. But it reminds me of Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Yeah.
He was at a festival, I think in Wisconsin or somewhere up in that area. And they took a helicopter and the helicopter pilot kind of ignored everybody. It's, hey, there's fog. You don't want to. And he lifted off and slammed right into the side of a mountain. And that was the end of him and I think 2 of his crew.
That was where were you moment. When I heard of that, I was on a small commuter plane getting ready to go somewhere. I don't remember where. When I heard that news, like I am on a small prop plane and I hear Stevie Ray Vaughan, one of my idols, love his music, is dead. Helicopter crash. I'm like, I felt like getting off that plane. I'll tell you that.
And I remember it too, because I was in college.
Yeah.
I was in my dorm room. MTV actually had a news department back then.
Oh,
MTV comes on and announces the death. And it's one of those, and this goes back to if you've listened to me on Jake's show before, when you see somebody you like, go see them. He came to my college the summer before, and I didn't go. I didn't go. I didn't get to see him. And then I moved to Austin, where he made his mark, and there's Stevie Ray memorabilia all over the place. And I always kick myself because I had the chance to go in the summer to my college to see him, and I didn't. And a month later, he was gone. So if you have the opportunity to see a band, a performer, an actor or whatever, go do it. You never know. You never know.
Anybody in the music industry today, yesteryear, will tell you Stevie Ray Vaughan, he's in a list you can count on one hand, top 5 most influential, greatest guitarist. He's always there. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I gave up the guitar because of Stevie Ray Vaughan. So this is a true story.
I'll never be that good kind of.
Bingo. So I studied guitar with with the guy who taught Frank Sinatra's orchestra leader.
Oh.
So I studied guitar with the guy that, was Frank Sinatra's guy,
Yeah.
and then moved down to the Baltimore, D.C. area and was doing freelance stuff. He was gigging, played with Pavarotti, played at the Lincoln Center, the Kennedy Center, played with orchestras, all this kind of stuff, right? I'm okay. But then I take a job in Austin. there were dentists that were better than Eddie Van Halen. There were there were accountants who were, faster than Yngwie Malmsteen. There were guys that were just regular guys, schlubs, that, being in a band wasn't their thing. They just liked playing. And I was like, I can't. Austin was such a musical town, probably still is, but Austin was such a musical town back then, like Nashville, that you could find a guitarist on every corner that you had never heard of, but were playing lights out all the time. And I was just like, you know what? I got to find something else.
Yeah.
I'm just never going to be that good.
Mac, as guitar nerds, answer me this, because you threw a few names out there and they're known for being great at that instrument. Like a Malmsteen, he's known for the speed of his fingers. And when you're talking about the guitar as an instrument, Jimi Hendrix, known for reinventing the guitar. He did things on the guitar we couldn't think of because he basically played a left-handed guitar, a right-handed guitar, left-handed. But I think when it comes to Stevie Ray Vaughan, he played that instrument like he channeled through his feeling, the emotion of a song into an instrument like nobody else. The voice, your vocals are the most intimate instrument. The way you sing a lyric is the perfect instrument. It's coming out of your body as an instrument. But then what if you attach something, a tuba, a guitar, a drum kit, and say, show me emotion through that instrument? That's where a disconnect can happen, because the guitar is like, oh, this chord, that chord, sheet music. Stevie Ray Vaughan played guitar like there was no sheet music, and we were directly tapping into Stevie Ray Vaughan. Wow.
Yeah, the metaphor that I came up with, and this was a long time ago, you know how Patsy Cline's voice cries?
Yes.
That's what Stevie Ray did on the guitar. He made the guitar cry.
Yeah.
And that's the secret. You know, Eddie Van Halen, brilliant. Yngwie Malmsteen, technical brilliance. He's like Paganini on the guitar, right? There are just certain people that are known for certain things. Stevie Ray Vaughan took the blues, and I hate to use this expression, but made it bluesier. I mean, if the blues was all about emotion, which it was, because it came out of sharecroppers, came out of, the poor, African-American experience in the, down in the Delta, the Bayou, all that kind of stuff. If that's where it came from, he went even deeper in his music. It was so funny because, Eric Clapton got his start, and Jeff Beck and Jimmy Page, they all got their start because they loved blues music. But they were white kids in Britain imitating an Americana source of music, right? Stevie Ray Vaughan said, hold my beer, and just went down even deeper into almost like a Gary Moore, the Irish guitarist, Gary Moore, who didn't get enough credit at all. I mean, he was kind of like that Stevie Ray Vaughan kind of the guy. But Stevie Ray Vaughan would literally would play at the Continental Club or play down at, Green Hall in New Braunfels in Texas. And people would stop. I mean, guys at the bar and people at the bar would stop and just look over. Like, am I hearing this? Like, is this real? And I remember the manager at the Continental Club, I got to talk to him a couple times in Austin. He said there was you meet only a handful of people in your life. They change the mood of the room. And it could be a politician, it could be a movie star, they just change the temperature of the room. He said as soon as Stevie Ray, who was very, very shy, almost painfully shy, and almost, I don't want to say nonverbal, he was a friendly guy. As soon as he plugged in and turned that guitar amp on, it was like, whoa, what? Wait a minute, something big is going to happen here. Yeah, and it did every night. Every night he played, there was something big. And the thing that I find so interesting is that his brother Jimmy was known around Austin as a better guitar player, technically and stylistically a better guitar player. Stevie Ray Vaughan was the kid that would go in the corner, learn something, and make it his own, and then just rip it. You know what I mean? So there's two different styles from the same family.
Yes.
And he did that so well.
That makes perfect sense. Jimmy with the Fabulous Thunderbirds, he's so good. He was great. But Stevie Ray had something special. And I think very much because of what you talked about, when the guy, without his guitar and amp, if he was in a room, he was the wallflower. Give him the guitar, and he became Superman. There
you go.
He
was Clark Kent without his guitar.
Totally.
You're absolutely right.
And and he made you feel the blues the way few blues guitarists today can. There's the originators, the guys who wrote this and sang this stuff back in the Delta era, sure. But today's day and age, I had a chance to see both Stevie Ray and B.B. King. Now, they are the giants of making their guitar talk and talk blues. Yes. And B.B. King was great, no doubt. But he tended to play, his solos was the same in Jackson, Wyoming as it was in London, England, as it was in Paris. He didn't deviate but when you saw Stevie Ray, he gave you a neat performance every time because he was just channeling the blues. And he would give you a derivation of that same solo of that same song. But he'd be different. And you're like, wow, this guy's special.
And that's why his drummer, and his name escapes me right now. I saw an interview with him. His drummer says, we love playing with him because it never gets boring.
Yeah.
We don't know night to night. We know the set list.
Yeah.
But he may go 5 minutes on this solo. He may go, a couple minutes and then come back and then do something. You never knew what to expect. And that's the sign of a great performer, I think. You can learn the lines. You can learn the notes. You can learn, your marks or where you need to be on stage, But it's the performers that you're like, oh, that was different. Oh, that was cool. That's the difference. That is something. And I'm not talking about jam bands. I'm not talking about the Grateful Dead or Fish that will go on for 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's the whole point of their
around. Yeah. He knew where to play in between the notes and make it cry and make it sing. And that's why I think it made it so special.
And it must be fun to play with them. That's funny you mentioned the drummer of Stevie Ray. Drummer of Jimi Hendrix, Mitch Mitchell, would say the same kind of things. I knew I was working with a genius because I never knew what he was going to do next. And I'm following him. I'm supposed to be the beat keeper, but Mitch and They
but then
you've
got somebody like James Brown, who, the godfather of soul. If you weren't on it to the beat, he'd find you. And he would tell you. In the second song, in the first set, you missed, boom, and you get fined. There are people who are technically brilliant, and then there are people who are just like almost soul brilliant. And I don't mean soul as in a music form, but it just whatever comes out in that moment is just, whoa, where did that come from?
Make you want to go home and set your guitar on fire like Jimi Hendrix.
Exactly.
But thinking I am never going to be
exactly.
I'm never going to be that, man.
As my wife says, why don't you play anymore? I said, because every time I pick it up, I'm reminded how bad I am. I'm never going to get better,
Little guitar to cue us out of here. Hey, man, enjoy leftovers today, as Matt shares.
Absolutely.
That's the best part of Thanksgiving. Leftovers, and have a great weekend.
All right, you too. I'll talk to you Monday, man.
Yeah, buddy. Mac and wife are going to be building up their finger strength for Cyber Monday when they're going to be clicking, click, 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 click. Yeah. We all going to buy on Monday. I might do a little bit of that today. Final break in the final hour of the final Friday show, Cowboy State Daily. Let's take it now and make a run for the finish line. Right after.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Back from break, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And this story from David Madison that dropped the other day, November 24th. I feel like I'm the only one asking this question. I feel so alone. Is anybody with me on this? Campbell County at odds over a nuclear project as Governor Gordon considers $100 million for it. BWXT is that company out of California that's looking to do nuclear in Campbell County, Gillette area. They haven't made a decision yet, but Governor Gordon is considering a $100 million state grant toward the project. Now, I have not decided whether I am pro or anti-nuke. I really haven't taken a stance. There's some things about nuclear energy that worry me because I'm of the era of 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, that kind of stuff. With all assurances that nuclear is safer than that today, that this nuclear today is different, okay. And I like the idea that Wyoming can be on the forefront of anything that has to do with energy. I'm all about that. Coal, oil, gas, even wind and solar. If it's energy, Wyoming has got it. And we know how to do it better than anybody. I love that. But I don't like the idea of subsidies, and I don't think anybody did. Everybody got great heartburn to learn about subsidies for wind and solar. Oh my goodness, we couldn't throw enough mud at the Biden administration and Obama before him for all the tax breaks and money that was thrown the way of energy providers who used sustainable energy, like wind and solar. The cry was, if wind and solar are so great, they'll stand on their own. They don't need taxpayer money. That was the cry, everybody said. Same thing is happening in nuclear right now today, at least in this instance. Same thing. What is the difference? Wyoming Energy Authority is currently reviewing BWXT's application to build a TRISO fuel fabrication facility in Wyoming in the Gillette area. BWXT says they have this TRISO fuel, which is a nouveau nuclear, an innovative nuclear. They say that they love Wyoming. They want to locate in Gillette. They want to have the facility there. Everything's great. If it's so great, it should pencil. What do you need $100 million of our money to make it happen? And the threat that they'll take it elsewhere, then go elsewhere. Goodbye. This is the same thinking that got us wind turbines everywhere, because subsidies, taxpayers helped companies build wind turbines. When now we're finding out, if left on their own, they don't pay the bills. And solar may not as well. And people got great heartburn over the handouts of taxpayer money to help these companies, where if they didn't have the infrastructure, if they didn't have the hand up, they would have never come here, because guess what? It doesn't pencil. Well, if BWXT is that gung-ho in Wyoming and they're TRISO fuel, then they can build it. It's a private venture. What do you need $100 million of the Gordon money for, of Wyoming money? And remember, governments don't have money. It's our money. To me, it is the same thing. Attracting nuclear to Wyoming because they may go somewhere else. Well, I mean, Wyoming has tax incentives for capital. We have no capital tax, no income tax. There's a lot of things that Wyoming has that will attract companies like BWXT. Adding $100 million in cash should not be among the considerations, in my opinion. Wacy Shala, by the way, is the number one bull rider. I did confirm that. NFR bull riding is going to be going on here pretty soon. Wacy Shala, who's featured in a Cowboy State Daily story going back a couple of months ago, back in summer. Wacy's good, man, and I for one will be rooting for him. There's not a Wyoming bull rider in the top 15, but Wacy will adopt him. The Arapahoe, Oklahoma bull rider is good as good gets, and he's only 19 years old. He's got Stetson Wright on his heels, the number 2 bull rider in the world, and it'll be fun to see how all that shakes out at the Wranglers National Finals Rodeo. It's going to be coming up here sooner than you think. Very quickly. Well, that'll do it for us on a Friday. And what happened to my music? All right, we'll do this one. Everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy whatever you do on Black Friday. If you're going to shop, digest have your Thanksgiving leftovers, and we'll catch you first thing Monday. Great weekend to you all, and thanks for spending your time with us at the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.